Alrighty, so welcome everyone to what I hope is the first of many Ionic Angular mobile development workshops. As I've mentioned, I'm Mike Callahan and looking forward to going through this and building something with everyone. In the chat, I've given you these URLs. The first one is the GitHub link to the project that we will build over the course of the workshop. So it's everything completely working, so you can use it as a reference. The second URL is a GitHub gist with some convenient files so that you don't have to type everything out if you don't want to. The next two are my contact information. You should already have that, Michael at Walking River, and my Twitter handle is at Walking River. I assume you have general programming, HTML, and a little bit of JavaScript. I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code. You don't have to, but that's where my screenshots will be. I'm also a huge fan of Angular Essentials by John Papa. It is a collection of extensions that make Angular development easier. There are also a couple of extensions for Ionic snippets. I haven't found those quite as useful as I would hope they would be, but I find this one to be absolutely essential. Okay, do you need to know Angular? It's not necessarily, we're not going to spend a lot of time on Angular. The concepts, if you need something, if it doesn't make sense, or you, hey, Mike, what is that? Stop me and we'll go over it. As a general rule, we're going to be using the following Angular isms. So we'll make use of ng-for and ng-if directives. We will make use of Angular separation of concerns. I know there's a lot of talk lately of smooshing everything together into a single file. I know there's the new Angular 14 experimental support for modular or module-free components. I'm going with old school here. It's Angular. So I will have different JS file, different CSS file, different HTML file. If you are so inclined, you're free to combine them together on your own. And these are the binding expressions that we will probably use. And I don't think we'll get any more complicated than that. The first one is a text expression. So if you have a variable called, in this case, expr on your component, and you want its value to be in your HTML, you simply surround it with two curly braces. If it's non-text, or you simply prefer the second style, you can put the variable name in quotes without the curly braces, but you put the name of the thing you're binding to, the attribute of the HTML element, in square brackets. The only time this is important is if the variable you're binding to is not a string. Excuse me. For example, if you were binding to, let's say, the disabled attribute, and you want to disable to equal false, and you use the first expression with the curly braces, you would actually be binding to the string false, and that may or may not actually evaluate to false at runtime, because it's the string false is a truthy value, or can be. Finally, the click event there. So if anytime we want to bind a function on our component to an HTML event, you put the event name in parentheses and the function you want to call in the quotes. That's about as much Angular, I think, as we need. Okay, so we're going to move through all this. This is my intro to Angular. Okay, everyone has the Ionic CLI installed, right? That means you already have the node CLI as well installed as well. Git, it's probably not critical, except that I believe the Ionic CLI requires Git, or at least assumes you have it. Let's see, you already have node, you already have Git. Everyone has installed Ionic, yes? If not, npm install-g at ionic/CLI. Those of you who showed up early or earlier saw me do it just a little while ago because I was on an older version. All right. So we are going to build a very basic UI in Ionic. It's going to consist of a home page, a student roster page, a student info page, and a side menu. This is essentially what it will look like. Excuse me. So this is the home page. This is where the application will start. The roster page, when finished, will look like this. It'll be a list of students in our class. The roster page is built with an Ion list, which is an Ionic component, and it has Ion icons, Ion buttons, and all sorts of cool Ionic features that we'll implement as we go. The student info page is where you can edit an individual student. So this will be Ionic forms, a little bit more into Ionic storage. And as you can see, as we will get there eventually, integration through capacitor to access the device camera. Alrighty. So let's get straight to building the application. Wherever that we need that gist, where that shortcut, I put the gist link in the chat. It'll also be here on any slide where we're going to need it, or where it might come in handy. So the first thing we want to do to create an Ionic app is to type the command Ionic start. So let's go ahead. Well, let's just do that. I am not going to use the app creation wizard. It's kind of cool, but it's not really necessary. If you want to play around with it, you're welcome to do so. I'm going to use Angular. And my name is going to be, I'm going to call it attendance this time. I'm going to have a side menu eventually, but the side menu template uses gives you a lot of boilerplate that I don't care for. So my preference is to start with a blank Ionic app. It looks like we're getting capacitor by default, and that's fine. And it's going to go ahead and install all of this stuff for me. I'll move that out of the way there in case you still need to see. Is everybody following along okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, there you go. So now, in order to go ahead and see this, you simply need to type Ionic serve. And no, I have to be in that application first. I have to be in the folder. So let me cd into that. Then I can Ionic serve. And as you can see here, Ionic serve is really just delegating a lot of its functionality to the Angular CLI. So I typed Ionic serve, and then Ionic serve went ahead and generated this command for me. ng run and it automatically launches my default browser, which in my case is Safari, and gives me exactly what I asked for. A blank application with a lot of content. Now, is everyone following along, and have you gotten to this point?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Almost there.
Almost there. Right, I'm going to move to the next slide. So what I wanted to discuss real quick are the developer tools, or the browser developer tools. If you are on Windows, you simply need to type F12. If you are on a Mac, it's Command Option I. And obviously it doesn't look like, well.
Yep, I'm there.
All righty. With the developer tools open, you should be able to, and I can never remember how to do it in Safari. There we go. Enter responsive design mode. So now I can emulate different Apple devices. If you are not in Safari, well, even if you are in Safari, or if you're on a I guess any device, I recommend using Chrome or Edge for the developer tools experience. The really cool thing, and you won't see it here, you'll see it in a little bit, but let me bring this up in Edge. Actually, let me just bring it up here. I've already got it here, so I can show you what I want to show you. So in Edge, if I tell it I want a device like an iPhone 12 Pro, so it gives me what I'm looking for. It gives me the right resolution. So I can choose an iPhone, I can choose an Android, and notice it doesn't change a whole lot, but this is where it gets really cool. So let me refresh the page. So once the developer tools are open and you've set your device and you refresh the page, Ionic will recognize this and say, oh, you're running on an Android. I'm going to change the way this looks. So your icons will be Androidified. Your buttons will be Android. Your drop downs will be Android. So everything should look Androidish. So notice how these look. And then when I click the start button, this is an Android modal. So let me switch over back to an iPhone. It won't change yet until I refresh the page. See the difference? This is what an Apple will look like. And I can go back to setup. The button's a little more rounded. The drop down looks different. The icon's a little different. The side menu's a little different. Everything's just a little bit different. You'll see on an Apple device, your title's center justified, where on any of the Androids, it's left. So you're going to get all of this functionality, this visual change out of the box with Ionic. And it's one of the major reasons I use it. Okay, so this is what we're going to be building. So I have here, like I said, F12 to open your DevTools on Windows, or Command Option I on a Mac. I just showed you the different responsive design. That's the button to enter the responsive design mode on Safari. Okay. Command up 9. Okay. And I already told you about this. If you switch from one to the other, you have to reload the pages to see the UI change. Okay. Now let's build our first Ionic page. Or in this case, we're going to build an interface. So I am going to leave. Well, no, I'm going to quit. So I'm going to use the Ionic generate command. You can also do is G interface. So I'm going to ask the Ionic CLI to generate a TypeScript interface file for me to hold the definition of a student. And it was that quick. I'm also going to open VS Code onto my project directory.
Is there a way you can make your font just a little bit larger when you have that?
I absolutely can. How's that?
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
And I'll do the same thing here. It's Command plus, by the way.
Right.
So the interface is in my source folder, app, student.ts. Not a whole lot in there. Move that out of the way for you. Okay, so that's one of the places where that gist will come in handy. And that is student TS right here. I'm going to grab the raw file. Again, you don't need to see this, but I'm lazy and don't want to type all this over again. So this is the definition of a student. Does anybody know why I'm making my student an interface and not a class? Any TypeScript wizards here want to weigh in? Does anybody know what a TypeScript interface compiles to when it gets compiled to JavaScript?
No idea.
Let me see if I can show you. You ever gone to typescriptlang.org? It's got a TypeScript playground. And on one side is the TypeScript, and on the other side is the JavaScript. If you enter an interface, that's what it builds. Absolutely nothing. Interfaces don't exist. So they are purely for developer convenience. If, on the other hand, I created a class, it's not a valid class. Why is that not a valid class? Oh, I see. So I can do stuff like this. So not a lot more code, but it is more code. And quite frankly, I don't need a class. I don't need, my student object doesn't have to have methods in it. So if it's just a data transfer object, I will always opt for an interface. So let's take a quick look at that interface. Each student has an ID, first and last name. Does anyone know what the question mark means for the rest of the fields?
Optional.
They are optional. So the birth date, parent name, parent email, phone, etc. These are all optional. So this means, I'm not going to leave this here. This means that I can create, this won't be valid though. So I can create a, well, let GitHub Copilot do the work for me. So I can use an object literal initializer. Oops, that's right. All right, now Copilot's getting a little overzealous. Okay. If student was a class, I couldn't do this. I couldn't use an object initializer like this. It wouldn't be valid. I would have to use new student and then pass either the values through into the constructor or do the fields individually. But because I have an interface, TypeScript and JavaScript will let me initialize a brand new object of that type just by using an object literal. Plus, because it's an interface, I get errors if I don't provide all the fields that are required. So finally, who can tell me what status means? Why did I set status to what is line 10 there? This is more of another TypeScript question, not an Angular or Ionic question. Although Angular is part of the reason I did it.
I'm not sure if it's just like some sort of custom type. It's limiting the value to be either present or absent,
Correct.
or undefined in this case, because it's optional.
Correct. So
Call that
most
an
people, especially
enumeration.
if you're coming from the .NET world, you're probably used to doing this with an enum. So you'd have an enum where present equals 0 and absent equals 1, or vice versa. And then the compiler would ensure that it was strongly typed. The problem with doing that in Angular is that your templates can't see those enums unless you then create a local variable to hold the enum, and it gets kind of weird. But if I do it this way, I'm essentially telling TypeScript that the value of status is a string, but it can only be a string of one of two values, like you said. And I'm going to get IntelliSense. So it's automatically telling me what my values are. Pretty slick, huh? Okay.
Michael, you could add an integer in that list, couldn't you?
You mean like that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I like what Copilot suggested. Has anyone used Copilot? I meant to turn it off.
I have, but I haven't found it as useful.
I found that Copilot is pretty good at knowing what I want it to do. And it's really good at building unit tests for me. Okay. Any questions on the interface? All right.
I had a question.
Sure.
My linter is complaining. I think it's because the TS config file for Ionic, that's it's not using. It's using TSLint and not ESLint. Did you notice?
I haven't. Is that what it's doing? Are we still defaulting? Is Ionic still defaulting? So mine is ESLint.
Mine is too, so okay. I don't know why it's complaining about.
Yeah, I don't see any TSLint in mine. Nope.
Okay, I bet.
Something's complaining about this, but I don't know. Oh, Microsoft Edge is complaining about it.
So can you show us the plugin for Copilot that you were using? There seems to be a few of them.
That's a good question. I am not currently paying for it. So I have this one.
Okay.
1.3.1, 1.31. I don't know what this one is. Oh, nightly. Yeah. I went ahead and yeah, I'm not using any of those. I'm using the official one from GitHub. And like I said, I'm not paying for it yet. I think I have it free for another couple of weeks. Or maybe I'll start maintaining a an open source repo. All righty. So the next thing we need to do, and I'm trying to do all of the dull stuff, getting all that out of the way early, is we need to generate a student service. This is the thing that will handle all of the CRUD, all of the data interaction for dealing with students. And that was the really big file that I have for you on the gist. So what I want to do here, let me bring back my nope, not that. Bring back my command line here. And there we go, get it out of the way. Okay. So here I'm not using the Ionic CLI. And the reason I'm not using the Ionic CLI is to show you that they are actually the same thing. So the Ionic CLI will simply delegate to the Angular CLI. The reason I prepend it with npx is because I don't want to use the globally installed Angular CLI. I want to use the one that's built into my Ionic project. Is everyone familiar with npx and what that does?
Yeah.
I mean, it does a lot of things, but the primary thing is it's going to use the version of ng that's in my node modules folder, as opposed to my global one. So I'm going to ng generate a service called students. And one thing I like to do a lot, I like to use the dry run command just to see what it's going to do before it does it. So it's going to generate two files for me. It's going to generate a test file and my service TypeScript file. And it's going to put them directly in the app folder. That's okay. In a larger project, I wouldn't want to do that. I want to keep a lot of the stuff a little bit more organized. So I would tell it to put it somewhere else instead. Like I could put it in services students, for example. And now you can see that it's going to put it in a folder called services. So I'll go ahead and leave it that way. And I'll take off the dry run flag and let it build it. The student service is going to give us students that we can display. So without a list of students, there's not much we can do. So again, we can go back to my gist, which was here. Go down to the student service, grab the raw version, select all, copy. Find my student service and just paste it in. And it doesn't like that. Why doesn't it like that? Okay, that's fair. Anyone see the immediate problems here? This one is kind of obvious. It's because I put the services in a folder. So let me show you, if you're not used to this in VS Code, I'm just going to remove this line. And then I'm going to see that the error is here. Click on it and click on the little blue light bulb, and it's going to find it for me and rebuild that import statement for me. This one's a little harder to overcome. So what happens is this service uses capacitor storage from Ionic. but I don't know. Okay, we do use it. I am using it. So we need to install capacitor storage. So I'm going to open up VS Code's built-in terminal, which is control backtick. And then I can simply npm install at capacitor storage. And then that problem should go away. Like that. Questions, comments, concerns? Everyone still caught up?
Yes, caught up to that, and then there's still a bunch of other stuff going on. We'll get to that.
If you feel like you're starting to get too far behind, just stop me, let me know. Okay, so you should have a student service now. So now what I want to do, the student service has an initialization method in it. Again, just to make it easy to get to the UI. So what I need to do in app component.ts, I'm going to press Command P or Windows Control P to open this quick menu, and I'm going to type app.component.ts. I like to keep my hands on the keyboard. Give me a second here. So I have the constructor. And this is actually a typo because this does not call initialize app. Instead, we need the app component to implement on init. And now I'll let Copilot do some of the work for me. Not a bad guess, but we need to pass in the student service. And notice that it went ahead and it found all that information for us. It figured out where to import the student service. So now, again, not bad, but it's not what I'm looking for. We need to mark it async because we want to await. Yeah.
Should on init be inside the class or outside?
It should be inside. Thank you. Now, what is it not like? Oh, sorry. There we go. I didn't import it. I don't know about the rest of you, but one of my weaknesses, if you will, with Angular is I forget to import things. That's why I really like that VS Code will do it for me. And whatever ESLint setting I have doesn't like a source file that doesn't have a blank line at the end. So it's going to complain about that a lot. Any questions here? Do we want to see what this is doing? Or do we understand what this is doing? When the app component starts up, it's going to call our student service and tell it to initialize. And the student service initialization does a couple of things. It goes to Ionic storage to try to get all of the students out of storage. But the first time you run it through, there won't be any. So the length of that student array will be 0. So at that point, I call seed data, and seed data just takes these mock students, this array of mock students, and puts them into storage for me. So it gives us something to display. Does that make sense? Incidentally, these are all real people who agreed to let me use their names. All right, we good? Moving on. Okay, I mentioned the imports. The VS Code will keep me honest, but if it doesn't, you are welcome to chime in and keep me honest. Most of the code samples that I show in my slides don't have the imports. It was easier to save space. Okay. Now we're going to generate the roster page. This is where things kind of depart a little bit from the standard Angular CLI scaffolding. When you build an Ionic project with Ionic Starter, when you install the Ionic CLI, Ionic gives you some Angular scaffolding that Angular doesn't. Angular doesn't have the concept of a page. I don't know if you've ever thought about it, but when you want to create a page in Angular, you create a component. But Ionic has the concept of an Ionic page. So they give you this scaffolding. So I can type either of these two commands because they are functionally identical. So I can do an Ionic generate page and call it roster. All that does is it calls ng generate page roster. But because Ionic created that scaffolding for us, the page scaffolding actually exists, so we can generate a page with Ionic that we could not do with Angular. So again, I'm going to dry run it. And you see it literally just did exactly, pretty much, well, not exactly, but the ng generate command. The biggest difference between building an Angular component to use as a page and actually scaffolding an Ionic page is Ionic pages are built with their own module by default, and they're lazy loaded. So an Ionic page will not load until at runtime when you actually call it. And that helps Ionic apps start up very quickly. Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to undo my dry run command and just let it go. Okay. I do need to make, no, I don't need to make the change. Ionic has already made this change for me. So if we look in app routing module, the Ionic CLI or the Angular CLI added this for me, and that's the lazy load of the roster module to load that page. So that means when we go to our application and we use roster as our path at the end of our URL, it will instantiate that roster page module, which will then cause the roster routing page to load the roster page. So we get all this for free. You can do it with the Angular CLI, but I can never remember how. You don't create a component, you create a module, I believe is how it works. But I would much rather, even if I wasn't using an Ionic project, I might still be tempted to use the Ionic CLI to build my pages because you're going to get that lazy loading out of the box. So I just showed that. Now let's generate our final page, which is our student info page. Use whichever of those two commands you are comfortable with. So again, it's going to build almost the exact same scaffolding. I'm going to let it go. Back in my app, you can see I have my roster page and my student info page. Now there's one change I need to make. If you've ever built any sort of master detail view, you know that when you get to the detail view, you typically have to pass the ID of the thing you want to see. And so this is no different. It still made a change to app routing module for me, but I don't have to touch that one. But in the route for the student info page, I have to add this :ID to the path. So open up student info routing, find the path and add :ID. So what this means is that is in our application, we'll have a route that looks kind of like this. So we'll just have an ID tacked onto the end of the route, and that will get passed as the ID route parameter.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is there a difference from doing it this way than doing the route parameter on the lazy loaded routing?
You mean putting it?
Putting it straight in the app routing module.
Putting it here, you mean?
Yeah, is there a difference from saying the student info / :ID?
You could do that, but then you wouldn't be able to go into the student info routing and make any modifications here. But maybe that's okay. So maybe that's okay. So maybe you have a path called edit. That makes sense?
Okay, yeah, I understand.
So by putting it out here, you'd say, okay, student info / the student ID. And now in your student info module, maybe you have an edit. But then maybe you also have a delete. And what you end up having is different components. So maybe you have a student info page and you have a student delete page. But those
Okay.
two pages would share the same module.
I hadn't thought about that. That's actually pretty smart.
So yeah, you could do that. What you can't do now, though, is how would you add a new student? Because you wouldn't have an ID. So I like to keep them. I like to keep them clean at this level
Okay.
and then put everything in here. Because now you could do things like, if you wanted to, now you could do, you could have student info / new.
Okay, yeah, and then I can reuse the same component.
Right. And I believe that is how I do it later.
Thank you.
Yep. Everyone clear here so far? If not, I think this one will make more sense as we start to flesh out the pages. I keep looking down at Andrew and he's like, got this. Okay. Normally by this point in time I've been sitting here for an hour and a half. When I'm doing this workshop in person, at this point, everyone's pretty much ready to take a break. Do you want to take 5 or do you want to press forward? We're scheduled to go till 10, so another hour. break or keep going?
I'm good
fine
either way.
either way.
Yeah, I'm fine. If we keep going, that's okay.
Okay, let's keep going. All right, side menu. So we're going to get into some UI now. The side menu, in this case, uses the Ion split pane. And the split pane is a little bit complicated. You've probably all seen it. When the screen is narrow, it collapses to a hamburger menu. But when it's wide, as we see here, it's always visible. So it's a very responsive UI piece. So the important things you need to know when dealing with a split pane are the content ID. So this, on the content ID attribute of the split pane, is the ID of the element on your page that's going to hold your main content. This will be clear in a moment. This is typically your Ion router outlet. So the Ion router outlet is one of the top containing component on your entire page. The disabled attribute does what you think it does. When it's disabled, the split pane, the menu won't show. And I can't tell you how frustrating it is to have a disabled menu that for bizarre reason, you can't figure out why it doesn't show up. And when it tells the split pane when it should, under what circumstances it should be visible. It can be a Boolean, so you could programmatically set it to true or false. Or it could be a complete CSS media query. So it could be a media query that says screen max width of 500, for example, or min width of 500. I tend to take the defaults for things like this, so I don't tend to mess around with them. We also have the menu ID. So when you're using a split pane typically will have a menu attached to it. So it's also going to need the ID, the HTML ID of the menu that it's attached to. We also need to tell it what side of the screen we want. Earlier versions of Ionic used left and right, but Ionic now supports right to left cultures and layouts. So it's start and end. In most Western cultures, start would be left and end is right. And then finally, you need to tell it what it should look like. This is the menu type. And I've got an animation here. I hope it comes across. I had to build this animation just to prove to myself that these three menu types are different. Watch them for a few seconds. Tell me if you can figure out what the difference is between push and reveal. Overlay is pretty straightforward. But what's the difference between push and reveal? Anyone?
The background's moving on push. It's not moving on reveal.
Which background?
The menu, the back menu there, it says home and roster.
Correct.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to figure this out. In fact, I put this animation on Twitter and I still had a bunch of people asking, what's the difference between push and reveal? So you're right, the menu doesn't move in reveal. Why they thought these up at Ionic, I'm not really sure. That one never would have occurred to me.
Seems like it's more like drag and reveal
Yeah, kind of.
I think the material specifications is what it's considering the z-axis. So there's layers on top of things.
Does material design typically use reveal?
It's one of the specifications. The material library is supposed to be built in a similar manner, to those specifications. But yeah, material design says there should be a z-axis.
Gotcha. And push, it's so they're together and they're just pushing one of them out of the way, right?
Yeah, I guess that would be their reasoning.
Very cool. I've only ever used overlay personally. Okay. So a split pane, we're going to have a menu, and the menu is going to have two pages, the home page and the roster page. And the way we do that, the way we implement that is an array of application pages on the app component. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that one is also in here. Yeah, app component is already done, so we can just grab that one from the gist. Open up app component, and I believe just paste. Nope, didn't like that. Oh, I see. Because I moved the student service. So again, I'm going to delete it, come back over here, and let VS Code find it for me. There we go. And then it wants my empty line. So now I have an array of pages, home and roster. So what we're doing here is we're going to have a label for the menu title, home and roster, what the URL is. So where will this thing go? And which route? We're either going to use the home route or the roster route. And then what icon to use. Clear so far? And the next thing we do is we're going to iterate over this array and build the menu.
So should our app have changed in the browser at all then, or is it still just gonna be blank?
If you left Ionic Serve running, then you won't see any changes because we haven't made changes to the home page yet.
Okay, okay.
So we've created a bunch of other files, and we have made changes to the app, and it should be continuously rebuilding and re-rendering. But because we haven't made changes to the home page yet, you won't see it.
Okay.
And the reason I'm doing it in this order essentially is that the final reveal will be a little more impressive.
Look,
Assuming
well,
we
that's
did
fine.
everything right.
I'm just curious. That's
All right. So next, this is what we're going to do to make our, well, to start our split pane. And this goes in app component.html. So right now, the only thing in app component HTML should be the Ion app and the Ion router outlet. So the absolute bare minimum to display anything in an Ionic app. And this one, I did not give you copy and paste ability. So I'm going to get that out of the way. And it looks like I got stuck on my other monitor. I'm going to pause a little bit while you all type this into your inside your Ion app. So you can see at the bottom here, I have the Ion router outlet. So all of this code, the Ion split pane wraps the Ion router outlet. And all of this code goes inside of the Ion app tag. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I'm going to type it also. Well, do you want to watch me type it, or do you want to have me type off screen so you can copy this?
You can do it off screen. That'll make it easier.
Okay. Interestingly enough, the Copilot did a pretty good job. So inside of the split pane, we have the Ion menu, and that's what's going to be on that left menu component. So we start with an Ion header, which is that little gray area at the top. And the Ion header consists of a toolbar, and that consists of a title with the word menu in it. That is a pattern you will see repeated over and over again in Ionic. A header or a footer contains a toolbar, which contains a title, a buttons collection, which contains buttons. It's very hierarchical, but very consistent. So in here, we're only going to have a toolbar with the word menu in it inside of the header. Below the header, we have Ion content. Almost anything you want to render in Ionic needs to be in an Ion content. And on the next slide, I believe we'll put the menu content in there. So you don't have to type in menu, we'll go here.
What is content ID in this example? Is that a directive or some other Angular thing?
Excuse me. Okay, so you're talking about this content ID at the top.
Yes.
What this is telling us is the split pane and the menu are controlling things that are in another HTML element whose ID is main content. And so you'll see that down here, your Ion router outlet will need to have the ID main content added to it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. How do we, is that achieved through a view child, or what typically how does someone do that if you're making your own? We don't have to go into it now. Curious.
I'm not sure I followed the question.
If you wanted to create your own component that did something similar, would you use a view child or some other?
You could.
selector?
Yeah, you could use a view child. I make use of view child a couple of places. I don't remember if I do it in here. But yeah, if you wanted your own custom component, you mean that acted on the router outlet or something else that had an ID. If I understand your question correctly, then yes, you could do that with a view child.
Great. Yeah.
Are we ready to move on to the menu?
I am.
Okay, so again, from the content, inside of the content, we're going to have an Ion list. An Ion list is pretty much what you'd expect. It's a list of things. It's a collection of, it's a container component that can hold other things. And what it's-
Michael, sorry, where's the content going though? What files is in now?
this is in app.component.html. So if you look, what we're going to do is inside the Ion list, we're going to add an Ion menu toggle. So this is going to be an Ion component that knows how to interact with that menu. So we're going to have an Ion menu toggle with auto hide set to false. And we're going to have one for every element in our app pages array. So remember, hang on, my VS Code is stuck. There we go. So remember, we have this app pages array. And so we're going to use this ng4 to loop over that array and create one of these app menu toggles for every page in that array. That make sense? And move this back out of your way. So the next thing we're going to add is an Ion item. An Ion item is another collection, another grouping element from Ionic. If you, in this case, we're going to have an icon and a label. And by putting them in an Ion item in an Ion list, the Ionic rendering engine will know how to display them together as a group. So the Ion item is the thing that the user can click on. Not the icon, not the label, not a button if you had that, but the entire item itself, the entire horizontal grouping. I'm setting the lines attribute to none so that we don't have lines separating the items. And detail to false, but you are welcome to change that if you'd like. Detail false gets rid of the little right arrow, little chevron on the menu. Detail true, it would be there. So it's a UI preference, whether or not you want to see it. I would even say play around with it, see which one you like better. The next attribute is router link. That is an Angular thing, not an Ionic thing. So when we set a router link to the page URL, Angular will automatically give us a hyperlink. We don't have to worry about click events. We don't have to worry about setting up anchor tags or anything like that. Router direction is animation. So if you provide a router direction of root, you get default animation. And I believe you can have forward, backward, or forward, back, and root. So the animation changes subtly depending on which way or which one you choose. Forward and backward are pretty straightforward. It's, left and right. The pages will slide in when you click. Root is, I believe that one just kind of fades up from the bottom. And the last one is router link active. Set it equal to selected. And I believe we're also getting that one for free from Ionic. So that'll change the class subtly if the route is the currently selected page. That makes sense? All right, finally, inside the Ion item, we have the page icon. Remember it said home or people. So that's setting the icon for the menu item. And then finally, the page title as a label. So when all is said and done, it should look, well, something like this. We good or do we need more time?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm caught up.
Alrighty. Okay, so now let's flesh out the homepage UI and see how all this stuff gets put together. The homepage consists of an Ion card. I'm going to go back real quick. Ion card, you really can't see it very well here. So you've got this image here. And if you look, you can see this subtle shading around the bottom and the right side. That's an Ion card. So what I've done is I put everything in the homepage inside of this Ion card. And an Ion card has a few attributes that we need to be aware of. The Ion card header, title, subtitle, and content. So if we look here, this is the Ionic version. This is from their documentation of what an Ion card is. Again, it's really subtle. It's hard. I think it's hard to see over Zoom. But we have an unresponsive mouse. So that's the card, the whole piece. Then we have the header, which interestingly enough is the word destination. So it's the smaller of the two. The Ion card subtitle is the word Madison. No, sorry, the subtitle is destination. The title is Madison. And then the content is everything below it. And we'll build one of these real quick here. Where did I get the picture? I'm a big fan of Pixabay. So if you open a browser, go to pixabay.com, you have over 1 million images that you can use royalty-free for commercial and non-commercial usage. So I just looked for Classroom. Feel free to pick and download any of these classrooms you like. I think I like this one today. So I'm going to download, medium resolution one's good. And it's downloaded and I have it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename it classroom.jpg. And then in VS Code, I'm going to drop it into my assets folder. So create an images folder inside of assets, and I'm going to drag classroom JPEG to images. So find a picture you like, download it, name it classroom.jpg, and drop it into a folder called images in your assets folder.
Is there a certain size we should do it as?
The bigger, the better. I mean, it's not going to be horrible one way or the other. I think I downloaded the one that was 1280 by 960, which is probably big enough for anything that I plan on using it for. So okay, like I said, save it, the file to source asset images classroom.jpg. And then we're going to make the Ion card. So this goes in the home page. So if we go back to the application, finally get a chance to update the home page. So we go to the home folder, and this goes in home.html. So what you'll see, if you open up your existing home page, is we have some Ion content. And we don't want any of that stuff. Let me get rid of this. So I'm going to delete everything inside of Ion content. I don't think we need full screen equals true. You can leave it if you want. I'm always all about experimentation. But in here, we want an Ion card. Immediately inside that Ion card, I want to get that image. Assets, images, classroom JPEG. Don't know where the space came from. BSLint doesn't like me having an image without an alt tag. So now I have an alt tag. Okay, now if you want, if you're still running Ionic Serve, then you can stop right here and you can see what it did. Am I still running Ionic Serve? I am not. So I'm going to start it back up. And then I'm going to move this out of the way, because I think for the rest of the workshop, you can leave Ionic Serve running. And there it goes. And it did not find my picture. Why did it not find my picture? Does anybody know why it didn't find my picture? Ah, I see why it didn't
If you
find
go
my
up,
picture.
up a level or two.
It didn't find it because I forgot that, I believe. My splash. If I save it, nope, it doesn't like it. Okay, so it's in source.
Is it inside images?
So it is not. Thank you. I dropped it in the wrong place. This is what happens when I try to use a not a mouse. There we go. Now maybe I don't need that slash. There, I don't need the slash. And you can see the menu is rendering now too. Is everyone's menu rendering? I mean, for menus rendering, it should actually work. So going to the roster page should take you to the roster page and then back to the home page because of the router link. But now we need more stuff. So I need a card header, a subtitle and a title. Let me shrink some of this for you. So inside my Ion card, I want Ion card header That's where my title and subtitle will go. And my subtitle is my classroom attendance manager. And my Ion card title at 10 dance, because I'm silly that way. And then we need outside the header, we need an Ion card content with a paragraph. And honestly, we'll put wherever you want here. And then at that point, it's all there. So we have the subtitle, title, and then the Ion content. Just in case you thought I might try to moonlight as a designer on the side, this page should prove that I will not. But at smaller device sizes, it's not awful. You know, could be worse. All right, any questions on the Ion card?
Still trying to catch up.
Okay. How's everyone else doing? Tony, how was dinner?
Baja fresh. Can't complain.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm on the West Coast, so it lined up exactly with dinner time.
Yeah, I was torn about when the best time would be for this. 'Cause, you know, I'm in Florida, so it's 9:30 here, but I didn't want to make it too much earlier because then no one on the West Coast could come. I wasn't
that's
sure
perfect.
if anybody would be in South America or Europe. Because I think in England right now it's 1:30 in the morning, so that doesn't help.
Yeah.
I figure if I got anybody from Europe, then I could just run another session. All right, would it help if I copied and pasted this code into the chat? Or do you want to type it for the muscle memory, for the absorption?
Just if you leave it up there for 30 seconds.
Okay. Anyone have any questions on this while it's up there?
I'm good.
I'm trying to give a really good representative sample of the Ionic components that you're most likely to use. I use cards all over the place. I use menus in every app. I use the split pane in almost every app.
So I'm not getting the menu to show up in the browser.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Oh.
well,
Like here.
right.
Yep. We'll get to that, but yeah, that's
Okay.
but yeah, it's here, right? You got it when it's wide.
Well, I was trying. I didn't see how to make it wide, so
Do you want to share your screen?
I'm using two devices. I don't have a camera on my Mac, so I'm using my tablet for Zoom.
But yeah, there's a way to get the
Okay, I
menu
see it.
here.
Okay, yeah, I had to go to a different dimension, but I see the thing now, and I can go to roster and it's blank.
Yep.
And then go back to home. Okay.
Okay,
all right,
perfect.
Good.
Yeah,
Thank
we will on the smaller screen sizes, or we'll have to add that menu icon.
Okay.
That will enable it in the smaller screens. All right, how are we doing? We ready to go to the next one?
Yes.
Okay, so these are attributes that you might want to set on an Ion card. And when I was first researching this, I was kind of surprised that an Ion card can have a button attribute. So if you set the button attribute of an Ion card to true, the entire card becomes clickable. And I wondered about that until I started realizing that Ionic's roots are in mobile. So if you think back to the scavenger hunt app that I showed earlier, the clue, the picture itself was an Ion card. So yeah, tapping on the entire card makes kind of sense. And so if you're going to tap on it, then having a router link and a router direction would also make sense. And yes, you can actually give a color to your Ion card, which will set its background color. So if you want to see that real quick. Ion card, set an equal button true. Color equals, let's go secondary. And then if I re-render the page, the white part is now blue. And if you look, see the subtlety, the icon changed of my mouse because the entire card is now clickable. So now, if I want to come in here and give it a, oops, I don't think I did that right. Oh, I see. If I want to give it a router link, I can set it to, I don't want to do that. I want to set it to home. And then router direction. Let's go with forward. Why doesn't it like that? There we go. The string, so I can just use the string. So now, if I come back over here, and it re-renders. Oh, I don't want it to go home. I'm at home. I want it to go to roster, right? And so if I click on anywhere on the card now, it takes me to the roster page. And did you see the forward animation? It kind of slides in from the right. So I'll do it again. Pretty nifty, wouldn't you say? Okay. All right, so we just did this. Quick quiz here. Do you notice the difference between this router link attribute and what I had typed? And do you know what the difference is and why? Here, because I'm only going to a route, I can use a string. So it's router link without the square brackets, rosters with a slash. So I'm just telling it to go to the roster route. However, over here, I did it with square brackets on router link, and I'm actually passing an array of strings. The array only has one element in it, but it's still an array. The reason you can do that, or the reason you want to do that, and you'll see it later when we use the student info page, is this can actually be multiple parts of a route. So if I do that, that won't match a route at all. So we'll get an error. It's not even going. And it's complaining because there's no roster /1. So Angular is helping us out here. So what's really cool about that, later on, when we go to, well, I can just do it now. So student info. So now my router link is an array of the route I want to go to and that ID. So if I let that one render, it should go to student info 1. And if you look up here, you can actually see it. It went, if you could see that small student info /1. So later on, we'll actually use this to do something like this. Does that make sense? If you don't do it this way, you'd have to build your route by concatenating strings together. But instead, you can just pass the array. So let's go back to that. And it all just worked again. And it does. Does that make sense? Is it clear?
Yep.
Okay. So last thing I wanted to do on the home page was add a button. And you add a button by using the Ion button element. And these are some of the things you can do with an Ion button. You can make them little, you can make them default, you can make them large, you can make them block width, full width, etc. And the difference here on the left are the Material Design Android buttons, and on the right are the iOS styles. So the first thing that jumps out to me is, and I couldn't have told you this before, is that by default, the Material Design button labels are all uppercase. And on iOS, they're not. I don't know if it comes across over Zoom, but the Material Design have a slight drop shadow to their buttons, and iOS does not. What else is there? The iOS buttons are a little bit more rounded, except for the full width button. And Android has a full width button. It didn't fit on the screen. So here are some of the things you can do to an Ion button. You can make them expand to a block width or full width. You can choose your fill. They can be clear. They can be outline only. Default is usually how I would do it. The difference between clear and outline. Actually, I don't see this one here where it says light. That's kind of what clear looks like. Clear essentially doesn't have a button. It's just the text. And outline does what you'd expect. It's just the outline of the button. No fill. If you're building forms, you can tell your buttons, you can give them a type. So it can be a button, a normal button, or a reset button, or a form submit button. You can give it any of these predefined Ionic colors. And just like anything else in Ionic that you click on, you can give it a router link and a router direction so that you don't have to build programmatic click handlers or anchor tags. Make sense? Ionic has gotten very consistent with their API over the past couple of versions. Okay, so for fun, add a button and try it both inside and outside of your Ion card. So what do I mean by that? So here's my card. I put it outside of the Ion card. So I want an Ion button, full expand, router link equals roster, router direction, forward, color equals light. Go to roster. Okay. If I put that button outside of the card and re-render my page, it's just sitting down here. Hey, look, it's dark now. So dark mode, automatic. Ionic gives you dark mode automatically. And I have my Mac set to auto change based on the day and night. But for now, I think I'm going to put that back. I'm going to go back to light mode for this. And notice that Ionic automatically changes. It's all done with CSS. So there's my full width button outside of my card. Now I'm going to go ahead and copy it inside the card contents. And now it's still full width, but it's inside of the content. Well, what if I move it outside the content? Notice that the image of the classroom is actually outside of the card content, which is why it has no padding. I move the button down a little bit. Now, I'm not a real good designer style-wise, but to me that doesn't look very good. So I would put it back inside the Ion card content, or leave it outside of the card entirely. And both should do the exact same thing. Any questions on this one? Okay. Next, we come to the roster page. And this is what it's going to look like when we're done. And the goal here is to present the user a list of every student in your class. And it can also serve as where we add, delete students, mark them present, mark them absent, etc. And this is what it would look like at a small resolution screen. So we've already seen these in the menu, but we're going to see them again because Ionic is consistent. At the top of the page, we have an Ion header, and the header contains a toolbar. Toolbar contains buttons and an Ion title. Then we're going to have an Ion list. We've seen the Ion list in the menu. This is just another list. Each item in the Ion list is an Ion item. But we're also going to introduce something new called the Ion item sliding. I'm sure you've seen this before. I know Gmail does it a lot, Outlook does it, and that's where you can swipe an element in the list left or right to reveal other options. We're going to use Ion labels for the student name. We're going to use Ion icons. We're going to use a fab, a floating action button, and then fab buttons to make that fab do something. So that is that's the roster page. In order to make the roster page functional, we're going to have to make use of some imperative classes and services that Ionic provides to us. And those three are the action sheet controller, the alert controller, and the toast controller. We will get to these when we need them. I don't want to do them right away. Okay. I think we have time to get the students on the page and then wrap up for the day. Trying to decide how deep to go here. How comfortable is everyone with RxJS or observables in general? I see a so-so.
Yeah, not very much.
Okay.
I
try
did
to,
a bit, but it's been 3 years.
okay, I'll try to go slow, or at least be careful. What we have, let me bring open my app here. So in the roster page, in the TypeScript file, we're eventually going to want to inject all of these controllers. But I think for now, the easiest thing to do is to inject the student service. Student service. Okay. I'm going to let it import that automatically for me. And inside my constructor, no, I need a local variable on the component called students $. I'll explain that in a minute. And it is an observable of a student array. Okay. I don't know what that was. Let's import student. Okay. So the Angular convention for observables is to append the variable name with a $. Not sure why it started, but it seems to be accepted now. Angular does it this way in all of their documentation, so I follow it. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating an RxJS observable that will track changes to the students as they're made. And I'm doing it this way because I'm a lazy developer and I want to write less code, not more code. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set that student service, or that students. And Copilot, I think, just gave me exactly what I needed. Yes. So in my constructor, I'm setting the student observable to the students service all students function. So all students returns an observable that I can use to track any changes to the student array. Does that make sense so far? So what will happen is, if we tell the student service to create a new student, that observable will get updated with a new list. I can bind that list to my HTML template, and I don't have to write any more code than that. I don't have to subscribe to any of the observables. I don't have to have any imperative code that says, okay, my local student array, the fourth one got deleted, so I have to go in and programmatically remove it. My student service does all the work. And whenever any changes happen to those students, I get a brand new array through this observable. Does that make sense so far? I think it'll make more sense as we use it. But what is this complaining about? I don't think I need ng edit for now.
I think you have an additional curly brace.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. So as of right now, that's all I have. The roster page simply asks the student service, give me an observable of all those students. So it's delegating all of that work to the student service. So what do we need here? This is the header for the roster page. So that would be in roster.page.html. So right now, this is what our roster page looks like. We've already got a header and a toolbar and a title, but I want to add some buttons. Can't add a button to a toolbar in the Ionic app without an Ion buttons collection. And because I want them on the left side of the toolbar, I'm going to set it slot to start. Just in case, I'm going to go out on a limb and just assume that not everyone is familiar with the concept of a slot in web components. So this is the concept of content projection and content hosting. So what I'm telling it here is I'm telling the toolbar that I'm going to create an Ion buttons collection, and the slot setting it to start. The slot is actually part of the toolbar. So I'm telling HTML, I'm telling Angular, I'm telling Ionic that this buttons collection is going to be in the parent's start slot. And that's at the beginning of the toolbar. You could also use end, which would be the right side of the toolbar. So the toolbar knows what slot, what its start and end slots are. So by providing a child element in the toolbar and setting its slot attribute, I'm telling the toolbar where to render that thing. Does that make sense? I mean, all you really have to know is it makes the buttons appear on the left or the right. We kind of okay there? And somebody earlier said that when the page collapsed, they didn't have a menu button. That's what this is doing. So we're going to, on every page we want a menu button to appear, we have to do this. And that's, according to Ionic, that's by design. Every page has to have its own header, its own menu button. All right, so now I want buttons on the other side also. So in the slot end. And this one, oh, that should be buttons, not button. So at the other end of my toolbar, I have another set of buttons. And it's going to be an Ion button with a router link. And that router link is going to be, there's a couple ways to do this. Student info, new. And yeah, I'll do that. Router direction is forward. I don't want the color white. And inside my button, I'm going to have an icon, and its slot is going to be set to icon only. So this button won't have any text. It'll just be an icon. I'm going to use the add icon. And then I can close the Ion button. This is going to be an add icon button to add a student to our roster by going to student info/new. That makes sense? So all we've done at this point we've created the menu. So you should have the menu now, and then an add. Is that what everyone has? Does it work? I don't want to lose anyone.
Yeah, it's working for me.
Awesome.
Yeah, it works.
Okay. So the next thing we have to do is to get the students into this list. And I think I want to do it in phases. This is probably a good stopping point. So let's get this implemented. And then we'll stop. I'll stop the recording and then we can have a discussion if anybody's lost or still needs help. So in this case, we've already got Ion content. So inside of the Ion content, we need an Ion list. Inside the Ion list, I want an Ion item sliding with an NG4. So we're going to loop over the students. But notice the syntax. This is where the magic of Angular and RxJS come together to help us do our work for us. So let's student of students $. Remember that $, students $, is an observable representing the ever-changing list of students. So I'm going to pass that observable through the Angular async pipe. And what that's going to do for me is Angular is going to manage the RxJS subscription. Because I use the vertical bar and the word async, Angular will do everything for us. Every time that student observable fires a new version of the array, this will re-render. I don't have to subscribe. I don't have to unsubscribe. I don't have to manage that. All I have to worry about, or all I have to remember, is what's inside of this object. And according to IntelliSense here, it's an array of students. And each one will be in a variable in my loop called student. So now inside of there, I can create another Ion item because we're grouping things together. I want an Ion icon. And I want its slot to be at the start of the item. Move this out of the way again. And this time I want to use the person outline icon. Okay. And then I need an Ion label. It's not bad. It's guessing pretty good. Student.last name, comma. Yeah, that works. Student.first name. Close the label. Close the Ion item. Close the Ion sliding. Close the Ion list, and close the Ion content. So if I do that and everything works right, and I go to the roster, I should have a list of students. Very, almost magical. Just the magical power of RxJS. How's everyone doing? I know that was a lot.
So far, so good.
Yep,
Great.
I see
good.
people.
You see people? Does anyone not see people? I mean, obviously, there's still a lot more to this UI we have to
Yeah.
implement.
No, I'm not seeing people, but I've got a couple of minor issues way back. So we'll get caught up after the effect.
Okay. Does anyone else not have people?
I didn't get the name of the icons.
You don't know where they're coming from?
No, I meant that I couldn't copy it into my code.
Oh. Better?
Thanks. Yeah. Personnel.
Before we break for the evening, would you like to know where all these names come from? I'm not just making them up.
Sure.
So you just need to open up a browser to ionicons.com. And this is all of them. Just about any icon you need. In 3 different versions. So there's the outline version, the filled version, and then I believe this is for material design is the sharp versions. You can really see it here on this folder. When I switch from filled, you can see it's slightly rounded, and then sharp, there's no rounded edges at all. And what you do if you need to find one, so let's say we're looking for new. So you can just search, and then if you click, I want to use that one, maybe that one's a better student, a new student icon than the one I have. I just had the plus. So if I want that one, just click on it, and it'll tell you exactly which Ion icon name to use. Pretty cool, huh? So person adds sharp. So for fun, let's go back here, find my new student, and change it from add to person add sharp. And then when I re-render the page, it's updated. Actually, that one looks better, doesn't it? More consistent with the rest of these. And now I still have my menu.
And these icons come bundled with Ionic?
Yes. And Ionic is really good at tree shaking. So in theory, and I'm just saying in theory because I haven't proven this yet. In theory, only the icons you use will get bundled with your application. There's also another really cool thing you can do with an Ion icon. I don't do it here, but I will show you. If there is an icon that you want and they don't have, you can actually do any SVG file. So you can download an SVG file from anywhere, drop it in your assets images folder, and add that as the source of your Ion icon. Get rid of name, and that will just work. And that, by the way, is how WeSpot works. These are all Ion icons, just with custom SVG files. I think if I right click, inspect, yeah, it's an Ion button. Should be an Ion icon in here somewhere. Yeah, there's the Ion icon. And there's an SVG file inside it.
Yeah, can we go back to the code? I'm curious about
Here on my VS Code code.
the button where you change the name of the button to add sharp, person add sharp.
Oh, sure. So here. Well,
Yeah, so one of the things I noticed is that the image was blue. I was trying to figure out why. Maybe it's because you used the router link with the array and I did not.
If I'm not mistaken, when you're on iOS, buttons are automatically blue when they're only icons.
yeah, I think you're right. So if I come in here, so
Okay.
let me run.
Okay, well, let me switch my view to that. No, my name's blue. Oh, there it goes.
You had to
Yeah.
refresh, right?
Yep.
All right. So if I come in here
Yeah, okay.
and I go to Edge, and mine's set. Yeah. So now it's set to Galaxy. So they
Okay,
definitely look different. See?
yeah. Okay. Yeah, the hamburger menu is blue as well.
Yep.
So, okay. That explains it. Thank you.
Doesn't look as good in Safari, does it? If I make this one an iPhone, yeah, that's much better. Interesting. In a different order too. That one I can't explain. Anyone have a theory on that? Why are they in different?
Localization?
I was thinking maybe the way the local storage API is implemented on the browser.
Yeah, it could be. Well, and the cool thing about this too is I'm a big fan of letting the services do the work and putting as little logic as possible in the view. So if I wanted to force this to be sorted, I would probably do it in the student service.
Michael, before you sort it, can you just refresh one of those? Is it
Mhm.
is it just a random order within? No, it's the same order.
Well, you've got an interesting point. So if I come in here and I go to the application and I go to, where are these things?
Local storage.
I thought maybe it is. I thought it was in IndexedDB, but you may be right. Yeah, there they are. So if I delete them all and then refresh, nope. Because Greg has the ID of one, but he's obviously not the first one. But over here, Safari's given them to me in order. Yeah, that's interesting. So if you want to force a specific order, you better do it in your code. Don't assume your browser is going to do it for you. That's fascinating. I can't explain that one. So Safari does it right. Well, right. It's the order we put them in. And I don't know what Chrome's doing. Alrighty. Any other questions before we call it a day?
Yep, you can give me 5 minutes.
You mean afterwards?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the recording. Anyone who wants to hang around is welcome to do so. but officially we're done. As soon as I figure out how to turn off the recording. I'm sure it's here somewhere. Let's get rid of that. I am still sharing my screen, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, everyone, welcome to session 2. At this point, we should all have a class roster that looks something like this. And tonight we're going to try to flesh it out with some functionality and some more UI components. And just like before, if it turns out that I'm going too fast or if I'm skipping an important concept that isn't obvious to everyone, just go ahead and stop me and we'll slow down a little bit. And again, just like last time, when we're done, I can stick around for a little bit and revisit anything that we need to. Sound good?
Yep.
All right. So from here, I think we have the picture of the individual and the name, correct? We don't have any of this other stuff up here, and we don't have the fab button down here.
Correct.
And for some reason, it really doesn't like advancing. Okay. We already talked about ion icons. So I don't think we need to revisit that again. But just as a recap, if there are icons you want to look for and you need to know where to find them, you just get them from ionicons.com. Okay. So let's jump right in. And this is what we're going to add to the roster page. And I'm looking at this code real quick. This is going to create the 2 buttons on the right side of each student name. So we're going to create an Ion buttons container inside of each Ion item. And each Ion buttons container will contain 2 buttons. And those buttons will be composed of icon only. The ellipsis to give us a detail menu, and then the forward chevron that will take us to the roster page. Make sense?
Yep.
All right, so let's see if I can do this alongside you, but still have it. This one's going to be tough to do simultaneously, isn't it? So let's do it this way. If I go to my roster page, need my roster HTML page. And we have the Ion list and the Ion item with the person outline icon and then the label for the person's name. So right after that, we want some Ion buttons. And inside an Ion buttons, well, wait, put it equal to the end. And then in here, Ion button. With click handler. So this function doesn't exist yet, but we're going to write a function called present action sheet, and we're going to pass in this current student. So each row has its own student because of the ng4. And then inside of the button, yep, we're going to use an Ion icon with slot icon only. So there will be no text to this button. And I want the ellipsis horizontal outline. So if I do nothing else, let me get my Ionic serve going.
We go back to the text. Yeah.
You're muted. Michael, you're muted.
How long have I been muted?
Since you walked away.
All right, do I need to go backwards?
I don't think we heard when you were doing the sliding.
So we got here, right? Everyone's good with this one?
Yeah.
I mean, at least my resulted list looks like the one you're presenting.
Everyone has something like this?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. I do apologize. So and did everyone create an empty function for presenting an action sheet? It
No.
doesn't do anything. It just prevents us from having an error in the console.
Yes. Did that.
All right, so we're good with that one. Okay. So now let's go back here. Okay. So now we're going to flesh out the UI just a little bit more with the slider. I think we've all seen this UI before. What we do here is that we have to add an ion item options component. And so with that, we can add a button on either side of the item. So it'll remain hidden until the user swipes left or right. In this case, what I want to do is create a delete button on the right side. So if the user slides to the left, they'll see the delete button. This is the markup that we need to make that happen. And it comes right after the ion items close tag. Let's do that here. So I find the ion item close tag and I add the ion options side end, which means it's going to be on the right for most of us. And here, I'm going to use the danger color, which is red by default for Ionic. And I'm going to give the button a delete. So a couple of things, I think I mentioned this last time. Whenever you have a container in Ionic that can handle multiple things like button, or in this case, ion item option, you will typically put that in a plural version of that same tag name. So ion buttons contain ion button objects. And in this case, ion item options contain our ion item option. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And then for here, we're going to have a click event that I'm going to call confirm delete student passing the current student. Because we're still inside the NG4, so we still have student. And again, it doesn't exist yet. Now, one really cool thing about this, let me show you this real quick. Go to the rendered page. So now I should be able to slide it and get the delete button. And because there's no function, it won't do anything but give me an error in the console. But for grins, you're not limited because you're not limited to one, and that should be a given because it's got the plural component container. So for grins, if I give it 2, there's 2. And so I was asking myself one day, I wonder how many it can handle. And interestingly enough, it pretty much handles as many as you can throw at it. And it does the right thing. The markup, I mean, it looks silly, but the markup works. So I found that kind of cool that they do support that. How many do I have to remove? Quite a few. Okay. Nope.
And I'm assuming you can also use that as an icon instead of having to delete words as well, right?
Interestingly enough, no, because you notice this is not an Ion button.
Ah,
It's an Ion item option, but you do bring up a good point. Let me pull up the, I've never done that before. So let's see if what Ionic says we have to do there. So that was the option. Can you put an icon in it? It doesn't look like it supports an icon.
It's in the item sliding part of the documentation.
All right, so here's what we're doing now. Oh, there you go. Yeah, okay. I'm happy to be wrong here. That does make a lot of sense. So in this case, we could have instead of the Ion item option, well, let's try it. We could have done I think that's a valid one. And then where does the click event go? On the options still? Does that look right? Oh, need a slot. All right. I'm never one to shy away from doing live coding and experimentation on the fly. That's like the death for demo god, right?
right.
Now the question is, where's my app? Here's my app. Look at that. Now it's not quite right. Kind of right, but where's my, oh, I still had an extra one. Okay. So I'm guessing we could have done the same thing here. Color equals danger. Nope. So that would be, put that one on the option. There you go. How's that?
Oh, cool.
So honestly, I think I like that better. So I'm going to get rid of this one. Now I just have the one option with the icon when it re-renders. Not bad. Good call. It honestly never occurred to me to put an icon there. I've never seen it done. It's always a text button. All right. Is everyone caught up here?
Yeah, let me get the code real quick.
Oh, sure. Or do you want the icon code?
Oh, the icon code, yeah.
Icon code I have here. Can you read that?
Yep. Yep.
All right, let me know when you've got it. And you can probably guess what's coming next. So the next thing we need to do is just flesh out that missing function.
All right, got it.
And then we'll do that. Simple enough, at least for now.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so the next thing I want to do, get that out of the way again. This down here at the bottom is a floating action button. It's a fab, and I believe it's mostly used in material design. I don't think I've seen it much in iOS apps, although the Google applications use it, Gmail and the Google Docs. So in order to use this, and what I've got here is it's just a quick pop-up menu for almost for debugging purposes. So this is an add student button, and this is a reset the application to its original state. And I believe this one was going to be delete all and then seed the database. In order to do that, just a couple of things to know about a fab. When it's open, it's activated. You can set the edge attribute to true or false. If it's true, see if I get this right, the fab will display on the edge of the header if vertical is top. So horizontal and vertical determine where the fab is positioned on the screen. I've only ever seen them in the corner, but you can put them in the middle as well. I believe when edge is true, it will actually overlap the header a little bit. And if it's false, it'll sit underneath the header in the content. And I have one other note here. If vertical is set to bottom, it should be used with the slot fixed. That is a note that I have to myself, and I honestly don't remember what that means. So this is the markup to get that fab menu functional. So we're going to create a fab, the container, at the bottom right, or horizontal end. So it's the bottom right. And here I do use slot fixed. And it will consist of a fab button. So that's where you see when the menu is not expanded. It'll just be an icon with a vertical ellipsis. When it is expanded, we'll have the Ion Fab list. And it will expand to the left, to the start of the page. And it will have some buttons. And remember how I was saying that Ionic is really consistent about how it names things? This appears to be an exception because the list contains the buttons. It's not an Ion Fab buttons collection, it's an Ion Fab list collection. Let's get that done real quick. See if I can do this. That's a lot of text on the screen. Let me do in pieces. So this will be the last element inside the Ion content. So I want an Ion Fab. I have no idea how it knows that I wanted to do that. All right, I think GitHub Copilot's getting a little scary.
You guys using Copilot? And can you give me the link for that?
Yeah, we were talking about that last time. I have the extension loaded here.
No, never. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, I was thinking you're using the.
The snippets.
Yeah.
I do have some snippets.
All right. Well, I'm just going to type. I'm okay. I can't see it now.
I do have some. That's the Ionic. I do have some Ionic snippets. It's this one, Ionic snip, just called Ionic snippets. Let me get back here. I could probably just turn off Copilot. All right, so in here we need an Ion Fab button. The vertical ellipsis. And then after the button, that was a pretty good guess. Then I'm going to have just a few more. That give everyone enough room. The icon is an egg, but to me it looked close enough to a seed that I decided to use that to seed the database. But for now, we're not even going to add any functionality to this. So if it's working, we should have a working Fab menu. Is that what everyone has? And if you want, you can play around with the this one, Fab in the Ion Fab list side equals start. If you prefer it to grow up, then we should be able to change it to side equal top. And then it can grow up.
Okay, that's neat.
It's a cool little feature. I use it a lot for debugging. I'll create a little debugging Fab that's only enabled when production mode is false. or develop mode is true, or whichever one Angular uses. And so I'll put in things like, seed database, clear the database, clear the logs, show me device information, things like that. Or if I'm writing a game, I'll have one that'll play the entire game to the very last move, so that I can test the end of game scenario. You can mess with these programmatically as well. They all have an API, but I try to do as much in markup as I can. Everyone good? Ready to move on? Does everyone have a fab?
Yeah.
All right. So now it's time to put some functionality behind these UIs. So you remember I mentioned that there were some imperative controllers that we're going to need to use. So let's do that now. Is everyone familiar with the action sheet? That's the little menu that pops up from the bottom. I think both iOS and Android have a version of this. And just as you would expect, Ionic is going to give you the one that looks native for your device. You do build these programmatically, though. You don't build them in HTML. You build them in TypeScript. Okay, so we have this function sitting there empty. We're going to need to mark it as async because all of the Ionic controllers they're all asynchronous. So we're going to want to await the functions that we call. So the first thing I want to do we are going to create some buttons. Normally, I would do this all in one big giant function, but that's really hard to present. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the buttons first, and then I'll combine them all and display them. Does that make sense? So back with my code here. No, not that. There we go. It's back in the rosters TypeScript before we present the action sheet. Oh, sorry, inside the action sheet. So we're going to create a button. It is a type action sheet button, which gives us nice IntelliSense. And what do we want this function to do, or what do we want the button to do when the user clicks it? So the first thing is the text label for the menu item. The icon we want to present, which is just the icon's name from Ion Icons. And then the function we want to run could be a named function, but in this case, I'm just going to use an arrow function. And the function already exists on the student service. So this student service mark present. I needed a comma. And then a semicolon. And then, as I often do, I forgot to import the action sheet button from Ionic Angular. Is this all clear? Has everyone got this one?
Yeah. So is it really the backticks like that, or is it single quotes?
It can be either.
Okay.
I think in one place I was actually I remember why I did this. If you type in single quotes in PowerPoint, it automatically turns them to curly quotes. which means you can't copy and paste. So I started using backticks in my slides.
Gotcha. Okay.
Good question, though. Okay, so mark absent is going to be almost exactly the same. So lazy me, I'm going to highlight it and then shift option down arrow. Make a copy of the block. Wow, some of the stuff gets in the way. Okay, so mark absent button. Mark absent. And that is the I off outline. And this one, I'm going to call the student service to mark absent. Let me know when I can move on.
And on mine, it's everything was, when I put those in there, everything was red. So I must have them in the wrong spot.
Do you want to share your screen real quick?
I can't because it's not, I'm on my tablet on this and
Okay.
Mac.
Make sure that the constants are inside the present action sheet function.
That would be the reason then.
I did the same thing. I just started typing out them outside, and then I remembered you can't have a constant on your class.
Okay, that did it.
I did it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we just have a couple more buttons to create, but they're all going to be created very similarly. So again, I'm just going to make a new block, and this is the delete button, and text label is delete. Use the trash icon, and this one, notice I'm adding another property to it. I'm adding a role, and that role is destructive. Destructive only makes a difference on iOS. Android, it won't make a difference at all, but on iOS, it'll show that particular menu item in red. And then for the handler, I'm going to call this confirm delete student. Everyone have that?
1 second.
Sure.
So Michael, do we have 2 buttons on the confirm delete student?
Do
Or-
we have 2 buttons on confirm delete student? Well,
Can you just show
Yeah.
the greater code there for a second?
mine?
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, okay, so all of these are on present action sheet. Okay, that's my problem.
Correct.
Easily fixed.
Right. And in confirm, we're going to end up putting up a confirmation dialog and say, are you sure you want to delete this person? That's why I'm never calling delete on the student service yet.
Gotcha. Okay, makes sense.
Okay, so let me put that back up here for now. And this is, I believe, our last button, and that's the cancel button. So the action sheet shows up. You don't want to do anything. You just want to cancel it. That's a cancel button. Notice this one has no handler. So, because it doesn't need one. So I'm just going to take same thing, duplicate it, get rid of the handler. Call it cancel button. Text is cancel. icon is closed, and the role is cancel. So there are some built-in roles to the action sheet button. Cancel as one of them, and that just means do nothing. As you saw, there's also destructive. So now we should have 4 buttons that don't do anything, right? They don't exist yet. They're not actually being referenced by anything. So the next thing is to create the action sheet from those buttons. Let me move this down here out of your way. So now we want to create the action sheet. In order to do that, sorry, go ahead.
That's in the same, sorry, that's in the same present action sheet.
We're still in the present action sheet
Yep, okay.
function. But that first line's not going to work because Mike never remembers to inject things into his constructor. So before we do that, come on your top of your constructor and add an action sheet controller of type action sheet controller. And why is it not liking that? Because I haven't imported it. So I'm going to import action sheet controller from Ionic Angular. Once you've done that, now we can come back down into present action sheet and type the rest of this. So we're going to create an action sheet and we're going to await this action sheet controller.create. I've mentioned it before, all of these functions are asynchronous. They return promises. So to create the action sheet, we give it a single options object. And this is where we tell it what we want inside of it. So we want a header. And here the backticks actually are useful. We want the student first name and last name. And then we're going to create, actually, that's pretty good too. Then we're going to create the button by creating an array of those constant buttons we've already created. Does that make sense? Now, do we have any TypeScript or Angular gurus here? So I always ask this question, and I've never gotten a consistent answer. Does it make sense to await the last statement of an asynchronous function? So if you look now at the present action sheet button, TypeScript thinks it returns a promise void because we marked it async and we're not returning anything. But I could also return present, which returns a promise. And then TypeScript thinks it returns a promise void. So what is the difference between returning the promise given to us by action sheet.present or just awaiting it? There is a difference, and it's very subtle, and I honestly don't remember what it is. It has something to do, I believe, with the call stack and with errors.
I think it's that if you don't return the action sheet present, the promise, the result of the promise is undefined. But if you return the action sheet present, then you're returning the value of the promise presents is returning.
Which is also a promise void.
Yeah. So the difference is that, as I see it, that we decide to return undefined.
So this method pretty much becomes a fire and forget, correct?
I guess so.
Do you see any value in returning the promise?
I don't even know why they return promise, because if the return is void, I mean, maybe you wanna see if it fails, I don't know.
Honestly, in all of the Ionic apps that I've written, I've never found a reason to do this. You can even do this. You don't even have to await it. And I believe that still calls, it still thinks it's promise void. I have seen other people do things like this though. They'll do something after the present. But if you're going to do that, you've already gone with the await, async await pattern. You could just do it this way. Or something like that. Kill that. Okay, so if you have this now, then when it re-renders, we should get an action sheet. So what are we going to do to Casey McBride? We're going to mark present, mark absent, etc. We're going to delete. We'll delete won't do anything. And we can cancel. You can also dismiss an action sheet just by clicking anywhere off of it. And
The escape key on your keyboard.
yep. Does everyone have a functioning action sheet?
Yep.
Yes.
Alrighty, so we're going to do a lot of the similar thing again. By implementing the alert to delete. So to do that, we're going to need the alert controller. And the API is almost identical to the action sheet controller. So again, what I want to do, for simplicity's sake, or screen real estate's sake, is create a couple of buttons. And this has got to be async. So this delete button has delete text, handler. Yeah, sure. That delete student. That's interesting. Oh, okay. So typo in the slide. I believe delete student is looking for the ID of the student. So we just pass the student ID instead of the entire student. And then the cancel button. And just like before, the role of cancel automatically does the way you'd expect it to. It automatically just dismisses the alert. And what are we missing here?
Have we made a delete student method?
Should be a delete student method on the student service. Yeah, I see one. And then just like before,
What was the role? Sorry, was it cancel?
role is cancel.
Yep, okay.
And so no handler needed. You can still add handler to all of these things with role cancel. And I could imagine you might want to log, hey, they just deleted a student, that sort of thing. So just like before. Ionic alert controller. Everyone have their 2 buttons? And the alert controller?
No. Oh, hang on. So, well, I guess I'm where you're at. My alert controller is grayed out and never used.
Right, because we haven't used it yet.
Okay.
So
all
we'll
right,
do that
okay,
now.
Okay, I'm good.
And it's, again, it's very similar to the action sheet controller. We have, in this case, we're also going to have a subheader and a message. We've got the 2 buttons. So now we need to, just like the other controller, it has a create function that takes an options object.
And this is inside the confirm delete.
We are still inside of confirm delete, yes. So what I want to do here is show, hey, do you want to delete the student? Show the student's first and last name so that the user knows what they're deleting. You know, nothing worse than clicking on the wrong person. And then message. Well, it really can be undone. But that's another time. And then we add the 2 buttons. And then finally, and if you typed everything correctly, a couple of things. One is this should work. And this should work. And the delete button simply calls the delete the service, right? So if I delete Casey McBride is gone. And I can get rid of Greg, get rid of Neil, and so on. And because they're in local storage, they should really be gone, even if I refresh a bunch of times.
All right, there we go. Now,
Are you all deleting students with abandon?
nope.
No, I'm not getting the alert.
Okay. Let's expand this a little bit. Your confirm delete should look like this.
Confirm delete student, delete button, delete handler to delete the student, yes. Cancel button, cancel close, never mind close, same thing. And then constant, oh, alert. And, oh, okay, hang on, there's my problem. And that's so now, yes, okay, works. And
Awesome.
delete. Okay, I was missing the line 70.
Ah, yes. All righty. So now give me a second here. All right, we're going to make a little bit of a change. And it would help if you saw the slides. Okay. I want to add a delete student function to the component. And I'll show you why. Let's go into the code and add another function. Remember I had that typo? This is what I want to see. Which means here in the confirm delete, we'll call this delete student instead. At this point, nothing at all should change.
So
Right.
where are we calling that guy?
I changed the handler for the delete button from calling the student
okay.
service to calling this delete student.
Okay.
It's a little bit more consistent API. You know, we pass the student around on the component, and then this hides the fact that the student service just wants to do it by ID.
So pass in the full student.
To this one.
Yep. Well, and on the call up above.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So what I want to do here is use the last of the Ionic controllers that we'll use here, and that is the toast controller. So a lot of times you want to give the user some message that something happened, but it's not critical enough to stop the user in its tracks. And if the user misses the message, maybe not that big a deal, right? So that's the perfect use case for a toast. So and you can see the picture up here of the toast. So what I want to do now is implement the rest of the delete student function. So you'll see the API for the toast controller is almost exactly the same as the alert controller. But in this case, I don't have any buttons, so it's a much simpler function. Let me move this out of your way. Come into my delete student function and get that set up. So delete student returns a promise, so we can await it. And then we're going to create a toast. And you probably already see the error that I have. And that's that I don't have a toast controller yet. So back up to the constructor. Just toast controller. And then import it from Ionic Angular. And then I can come down here and finish. So my toast has a message. Yeah, and that one's pretty good. And it's been deleted. And now, so the message is pretty straightforward. What do you want to tell the user? The rest of them are the other options are how long do you want to display this information and where do you want to display this information? And in my case, I want to go ahead and let's show it for 3 seconds. So that's in milliseconds. And I'm going to put it at the top of the screen. There are other things we can do. We can do color changer to show it in red. I think the cool thing is if you control space, you can actually get all of the, you get IntelliSense, it tells you what are your other options here. So you can add buttons to a toast, just like we added the array of buttons to the others. And it's literally the same API. So you could create a button that the user could click to close it before the 3 seconds has elapsed. You could give it an icon for the left side. So it's just an icon on the, almost a header next to the message. So we could do, yeah, we can do icon track. So, and then present the toast. Now, when I go to delete a user, I get the confirmation, and then I should get a toast at the top. And you can see the little trash icon, and Priscilla has been deleted. And I could also put it in the middle. And let's delete Bobby. There you go. Or at the bottom. Questions? Has everyone got that one working?
Yep.
Okay. Now, ordinarily at this point, we would be at, oops. Time for a break. We have approximately a half hour left. And the next thing we're going to jump into is the student info page. So what I think I want to do, that's usually do that one after lunch. So there is something that we missed on the student info page. Does anyone know what it is? Did anyone notice it? Let's go back to the app. Actually, there's a couple of things we missed that we can flesh out in the next 20 minutes. There's no code behind any of these except for new. Yeah, none of these do anything. And nothing happens if we mark absent or present. So I'm going to ask for a group consensus. What would you like to work on next? Do you want to mark them absent and present, or do you want to flesh these out, seeding the database and deleting everybody in the database?
Well, let's go for present and absent.
Alrighty. Okay, so present and absent, you bring that VS Code back. So the UI I had imagined for present and absent would be another icon somewhere on the list. Or maybe replacing the icon with a present or an absent. Do you have a preference? Is either one of those sound better or worse to anyone? You know, imagining that this could end up being a very tiny UI. I think. Well, let's try this. So right after the person outline icon, let's add another ion icon. I believe we still want slot equals start. And this one is a couple ways we could go about this. I'm going to do it the verbose way at first. So this one's going to be name equals, and we'll use the same icons that we use for mark present and delete. So the I for present and the I off outline for absent. So if we do this, we have an icon for present, and then we have one for absent, which means we need to decide which one to show. We can do that one of two ways. We can do this. We'll do an ngIf. So this icon will only render if student status is equal to present. Go. And then we can do this one if student status is equal to absent. So before I save this and have it re-render, what is it going to show us now? What is it going to do?
It's going to show one of the two buttons.
Are you sure?
Sorry, one of the two icons. What if it's?
Because remember, it's an optional field, so it can be null. So looking at that, not super pleased with that UI. What do you think? And I guess it works.
Add a third icon.
A nothing icon?
Oh, what happens if you?
You certainly could. So we can add, so we could have another one, and you can actually do this if you give it I think if you give it a name that doesn't exist. So I'm gonna call it Mike. And you can just say ngIf not student status. So if it has no value whatsoever, then I think what'll happen. Yeah, is that what you had in mind?
I got nothing now rendering. Awesome.
What did you change? I just
Oh,
added a third
hang
icon.
on. I put a tilde instead of a. Oops. Roster. Okay, I'm good. Yeah.
So that's not bad. But then I started asking myself, what is the purpose of the person icon? That maybe the thing to do is to put the person icon if not student status, and then get rid of this one entirely. How does that look? I warned you a couple of days ago, I'm not a designer.
Yeah.
That's why I use Ionic, because I can usually copy their patterns pretty good.
Can we look at the code again?
Sure.
It seems like we need two new flavors of the person icon.
Well,
Something with a plus next to it and something with a slash through it.
all right, then let's look at ion icons. And let's look at all of our person.
Yeah, well, there you go. Plus and minus.
Well, we're using that to add a person,
Yeah, okay.
but we have filled and unfilled. So you have outline and filled instead of the eyeball. And then you have sharp, but I don't think that really helps us here.
So if you, I mean, again, it's kind of,
There was another one though, wasn't there? What is this one? I would not have guessed that was accessibility, but okay. So we could use that one for I don't know, or we could use, we've got this one too, this body. And then you could use person and person outline.
can you change the color of them?
Yes, you could. What are you thinking?
I don't know. Solid black, outline black, or a gray? Or unknown?
Well,
So
I mean, it's a design issue, and I'm
Right.
right with you that I'm not a designer, so I don't really care.
but as you can see, all you'd have to do here is change this part. But you had a good point there. So you could have this one. Oh, they've got a gray. What color is that? Let me go back into their colors. Cyan buttons have the list of colors. Light color equals light would work. And then you could do, if they're absent, person outline. And if they're here, person. And you can even do color equals success. Nope, not that one. How's that?
Sure.
Well, that one's almost invisible, isn't it? So I guess I would change that to color equals, was it medium?
Medium, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't help me either.
Is there a medium filled? Instead of outline?
Yeah, we could do that. So that would just be person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could live with that. So outline, they're absent, green, they're present, and medium there, we don't know yet. And that was the point of the reset button, was to reset all of them to be, we don't know what they are.
I can't get any of the icons to show up other than the outline.
Okay, are you capable of sharing your screen?
No.
Oh.
So let me just look at the code one more time, just so I can.
Pay attention to the the name should be case sensitive. Make sure the ngIf and the slots are correct.
Looks right, but
Do your ng ifs have the right quotation marks?
yeah, everything looks the same, but for some reason it's just not doing it. I don't know.
Hmm.
Weird.
Can you copy and paste your icon code? No, I guess you can't, can you, into the chat? I guess you can't do that either.
Yeah, no.
Well, does everyone else have the icons working?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so I apologize. I didn't have the participants window open. Who's currently having the problem?
It's Ron.
Okay. So if you want, we can stick around for a little bit after.
Well, we can keep moving on. I don't want to hold everybody up.
All
I
right.
don't know.
Well, let's go ahead and wire up these buttons here. So I believe the student service has all of the functions for these. So if we go back into no, here it is. We go back into the fab buttons. Then this is more live coding, so I have to be careful. So this one should be call it reset, and that doesn't exist. And then for close circle outline, I think that one was deleting. Let me come back to that one. And this one is click seed. So now if I come back over to the component, I need a reset. Yeah, I think that is right. Nope. Reset attendance. And I believe that returns a promise. But in this case, I don't need to await it, so I'm just going to return it. And then I need a seed. And that one is seed data, which returns a promise. So with that, I should be able to come in here and reset my attendance, which turns them all gray. And then I can mark them present one at a time. And I can reseed my database, which puts everyone back. And again, these functions are already on the student service. So if you want to take a look at them and see how they work.
All right. Just need to see the code again.
Already. This code or the HTML code or both?
Yeah, so that's fine. That I was trying to see what the name of that method was there. So you called it seed, and then seed.
Yeah, I think I had one more. Yeah, clear data, which returns a promise. And that would be wired up to this button. Which one is that? That's this one. Let people clear. And then I should be able to come in here and clear the entire database and then reset them with seeding the data.
What are you using to clear? Just which button, the
I use the closed circle,
circle, okay.
this one here.
Yep, I got it.
Everything else still works. The menu still works. Yep. Anything else on the student roster page that you think we missed or you'd like to see differently or have a question about? Actually, let me show you something kind of cool. If I can find it. App. I think it's in app module TS. So in an Ionic app, remember I mentioned that the components take on the appearance of whatever device they're running on. So one of the things you can do, let me find a button. So let me go back to the home page. And so this is a there we go. We've got a button. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this one. That's the one outside the card. And I'm going to add a mode to it. So you can, on most UI elements in Ionic, you can override the default behavior and force it to be one or the other, material design or iOS. And I believe, I haven't done this in a while, so again, this is the whole live coding from memory thing. If you go to app module and you find the Ionic module import for root, I believe you can pass in an object, forcing the entire application into MD, except for where you override it. So if I go into here now, actually, let me go back into Edge. So I forced it into material design. Okay, the first time. Even in iOS, so I have it told I'm an iPhone 12, but it still looks very Androidish. So it's not blue, it's got the header is not centered. And then by the same token, I go back into here, I force the app to iOS. And now it's forced to iOS, even if I switch to Pixel and refresh. Good to know, huh?
What's the use case? That's interesting.
So I'm going to stop the recording to answer that. So let's call it a night. And if you want to hear the explanation, I'll explain it in a minute. Fair?
Yeah.
All right, where's my record button? So officially, we will see you all next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Did I enable live transcription before, or did it just happen? Oh, well, there you go. Okay, so transcription is turned on. If you want to see it, you can, I think it's under the More menu. You can view it, change the size, etc. All righty. All right, without further ado, so at this point, we should have a pretty much fully functional roster page. And I don't know if everyone saw it, but I left a challenge in both in email and on Slack to see how we might get rid of the 3 Ion icons. Anyone have any ideas or any thoughts about how to do that? If so, just come on mute.
Yeah, I got it to work.
What did you do?
So I could share if you want.
Sure. Let me make sure that that's. Oops. Well, I'll share screen, but I think I have to stop sharing.
Okay, so let's see. How do I share screen? So I don't know if you guys can see that.
Yep.
So I where did I put it? So I commented out all of this stuff. No, it's right here. So line 28.
Yep.
So name bounded to icon name, passing it to student, and I did color also.
Perfect.
And
And color is based on, wait, what did you do?
I just passed. So I'm just passing in the student record.
Color equals student in parens. What am I missing?
Oh,
there?
what did I? Oh, you know what? I was just messing with this. Sorry. Oh, there you
Okay.
go. Sorry. Yep.
I was like, I don't think I've seen that syntax before.
Yep. Nope. And then the functions are just 2 switch statements here, starting there.
Okay. Did you notice the flaw in doing this? Because you're right, this is an easy way to do it, and a lot of people do it this way, but there's a flaw in doing it this way in Angular. I want to know if did you notice it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I was writing stuff to the console, and I don't know, it's a little hard to follow. So, but
Okay,
yeah,
so
tell me.
So put a console log statement inside of each function, just with the name of the function. And if I'm wrong, I'll be very happy to be wrong. Perfect. And then another one for color. Does anyone know what's going to happen? Okay, so open up your dev tools. There you go. That's what's going to happen.
Yep. So these are getting called
all the time.
Yep.
Like every time that Angular has to check to see if anything's changed. So for data binding, it's got to call those functions because it has no way of knowing that it doesn't have to repaint. In an application like this, not a big deal. You'll never see it. But if you can imagine something with hundreds of data bound components on it, it would be really nasty. Especially if these functions did something more than just what they do there, right? These functions don't do much, so it's not that big a deal. I was on one project where they had a mouse over that made a REST call.
Yeah.
And as you can imagine, that was not pretty. So I think you're on the right track, but the way I've seen this done to prevent this is to turn the icon name and icon color into an Angular pipe. And
Okay.
with an Angular pipe, it's literally the same functions, but because the input to the pipe hasn't changed, Angular knows it doesn't have to recall the function.
Hmm. So
So
is
if
that,
you want-
is that something that's easily done?
Oh yeah, it's very easy. Do you want me to talk you through it, or do you want me to show you?
Sure.
Okay. So let's see, where are we? So stop the app from running and go ahead and ask Angular. If you want, we can just do it on one, the name or the color. It doesn't matter which.
Then we're on, let's do the name.
Okay. So have Angular CLI generate a pipe. So be npx ng generate pipe. And then the name of the pipe. So maybe icon name.
Capital or
It shouldn't matter. Maybe you. Okay, this is fine. So now open up the icon name pipe.ts.
that's gonna be.
You can command or control click on it in the terminal. Where it says create source app icon name. Just control click on the file name in the output.
What's that I did? This guy, right?
Nope, the one where next to the, yeah, that one. Nope,
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
that's the test file.
Yep.
Let's click on the other one, the non-test file. Nope, that's the app module.
All right, well, we'll get
The middle one.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Okay, so when you use a pipe, whatever you pass in for the data bound value is going to be passed to value.
Okay.
So essentially what you want here is the student's name, or the student, no, you want the
Student
student's attendance status, right?
Yep.
You probably wouldn't want to pass the entire student value to
Okay.
this because you only care about that one value. So go ahead. So value is going to be a string. Yeah, I don't think you need the rest of those parameters.
It's not a string though. It's a.
You are correct. It's not a string.
It's a student status.
Correct. So, I mean, once you get to refactoring this point, it probably makes sense to make that its own type.
Okay.
But for now, you can make it. It should be okay to be a string.
What if I did? Well, okay.
You can make it exactly the same. You can make it absent or present.
Let's just go with student for
Fair
right
enough.
now, and I'll.
You can refactor later. So yeah,
Yep.
now it's just a matter of copying and pasting that same code.
And this is value. That's that. Okay.
Okay, so that looks pretty good. So now back in your HTML, where you're passing icon, calling icon name student, simply pass student in, student, just student, and then pipe it to the name of the pipe.
Icon name.
And then get rid of that paren.
Cool.
And I believe there probably is something else you can leave that one alone if you want, because then
Yeah.
you should see it in the console. You'll see that one of them doesn't get
Okay.
called over and over again. What I don't remember was if there's
So
something
this
else
is
you
no
need to
longer
do.
used.
Yeah, get rid of that. And I'd put a similar console log in the pipe. That way you can prove to everyone that it's only being called when it needs to be. And there is something else you still need to do here. And I'm forgetting what it is for now, so we'll have to discover it together. Go ahead and run it. The fact that it's on app module, that may be all you needed to do, because that was automatically added.
Oh, there's the console. No,
All right, that's what I was afraid of. I could not be found. This is worse than live coding. This is trying to tell someone else how to live code.
I know.
All right, so the pipe is there.
Does it need to be? Does it need to be in the roster module?
Go back into app module. I think we may have to declare it.
Oh, it's there.
And I meant to do this before, this afternoon to make sure that I
Right.
had all the code ready. Oh, gosh. Oh, now I feel bad.
Is it this?
What was it called? What's the pipe name? In the
It's
in the
capital.
pipe.ts file.
There you go. Oh, maybe not. Nope.
Open up your pipe.ts file again. It's the third tab in your editor.
Oh, it's here. Okay.
It's that.
Yeah.
So that's what we should be calling it. Yeah, my brain is having a rough time remembering this, and I use these all the time. It's one of those things that once you write it, you just never have to think about it again.
It wants to make sure that it's declared or imported in the roster page module.
Oh, maybe it doesn't go in the app module. Maybe you're right. Maybe it goes in the roster page module. So declare it here.
Under import or?
It doesn't have its own module, so just declare it. If you type icon name, it should find it for you. There you go. And you may need to take it out of app module. Oh, there it is.
All right.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. So it's still called that how many times? Once for every person, right?
Yeah.
And see how many more times icon color was typed was
Yep.
called?
Cool.
9
Okay.
more per. So now if you click around and just click anywhere. All right, well, it's gotten a little better, so it's not continuing to call. icon color.
My buttons went away. I'm not sure what I did there.
Oh yeah. Click the. All right, well, it's not. There you go.
Yeah, 9 times. Okay.
Now, interestingly enough, the icon name pipe did get. Oh, what did you do? You reset something?
I don't think so.
I think you did. I think you hit reset on your fab button because all the excuse me, inhale some water.
Yeah, probably. And okay.
Yeah,
All
all
right.
your attendance statuses went away.
Yep.
Okay, so the whole point of that exercise was not to waste 15 minutes of your time. It was to impress upon you that calling functions from your Angular templates is never really a good idea. Was that the message you got out of this?
Yeah, totally. I had no idea. I mean, I've seen that behavior before.
Never knew why.
Never knew why, never understood. I mean, I don't know that much about Angular, so.
Is everyone here going to be dumping Angular and going to React next week?
No.
Because one of the things that I do have is some of this course in a book and a video format for React. I just tend to use Angular far more often, so that's where I'm most comfortable. Alrighty, so let's reshare. And we'll get to the student detail page. Andrew, are you going to need to get those buttons back so you can get to the student detail page?
I'm gonna work on it. I'll figure it out.
Alrighty. Okay, so the student info page, this is the detail page, and this is going to be mostly form building and validation. And as you might imagine, Ionic has a lot of components, a lot of functionality to make this as easy as possible. But ironically, it's also very complicated. So on our student info page, we're going to want to implement a back button. So you can go back to the roster. We're going to reuse ion labels. You've seen those, but we're going to use them in the context of a form. We're going to use an ion input, and ion input is essentially the same as the HTML input. It's anything you want to get data from the user. One of those inputs is the new one in version 6, which is the new ion date time. Okay, so let's open up the student roster and implement a back button. So we should go right into, let me move some of this around for you again. Get rid of that. And we're going to open the student info page. Get the other student info page. So this is the HTML. Okay. So we already have a header with a toolbar and we've got a title. So
Sorry, were we supposed to make a student info page?
you should already have a student info page back from day one. We made all those pages and the routing to them.
I don't think I have one.
You don't, then we can, if you want to reshare, we can go back and get that done for you real quick.
Is that a Ionic?
Ionic generate page, student info. And if you do the student info this way in your command,
Yep, okay.
it'll case it and do the file names correctly.
Okay, I have that.
Okay. So you have the student info page?
Yep.
Okay. So your student info page should have a title bar or header though with a toolbar that looks like this.
Yeah.
So I want to change it just a little bit so that it has shows the student first name and last name. And we'll do that with just Angular regular string data binding. Student first name with a space between there. Okay, it's complaining because I don't have a student yet. So to get a back button in there, we already have the toolbar. So now we need a container for our button, which is going to be an ion buttons. and then a specific Ion back button. And what we're going to have in here is that default href. And what that says is in the event we come directly to the roster page and there's nothing in the history and they hit the back button anyway, we need to give them someplace to go. So even if there's nowhere for the back button to go, we're defining that to be the roster page. You don't tend to see that problem too much in a mobile app because you can control as a developer how the user gets from place to place. But in a web browser, they could just put in whatever URL they want and they'll go straight there. That makes sense. And then we're also going to want a menu button. Although we could argue that a menu button doesn't make sense in the detail page. That is going to be a decision left up to you, really. So let me get my Ionic serve running again. It is compiling. Does anybody have any questions on this particular code? The syntax? Everything but the back button should be familiar at this point. Okay, so let me come back over here. And here is mine. So if I go, let me open the, you know what? I'm not going to do it that way. We're going to use Edge instead. Okay, so there's my roster, and this might actually error out because I don't have a student first name or student last name. So if you're following along, this is pretty much what you should be seeing also, that you don't have a student yet. Which should bring up the question, how do we get a student on the page? If you look at the URL, well, I guess you can't look at the URL because it failed. The URL for a student info, if you recall the routing, was the /student info / the ID of the student. And right now that's not working at all because of the syntax error or the binding error. So I can fix that quickly by coming in here and just saying, right, I can just give it an empty student on my component. And then at least it shouldn't fail, right? But the title, there's nothing here. So by the same token, if I came in here and said, first name John, last name Doe, let it rebuild. And now we see John Doe. And we still have our menu button and our back button. But that doesn't help us get the student onto the page.
Yeah, mine's not going to the student page at all.
What is yours doing?
Just nothing.
Okay. Do you want to share and diagnose? I mean, to me, this is where the real learning happens, when we actually sit down and solve the problems.
Yeah, well, let me join the thing again.
Okay.
Zoom again.
I'll kill the sharing here. We definitely want to make sure we get this part right, because creating the form actually isn't that hard. So I think we have extra time on the schedule tonight. The first piece of the form will be annoying. The rest of it should be pretty straightforward. A lot of duplication of HTML. Okay,
right.
what are we looking at?
So I think it's this line here, right? It calls student info.
Yes, so you've got your router link and you're passing the array, your student info and student ID. And what happens when you click that link?
Yeah, in the
I think I know what the problem is, but I want to double check it first.
so here I just
Okay, you've got errors in your console. Click the number 5 up there with the error icon. Oh, the same problem I had before, right? Because there's
Oh.
no first name and last name.
okay, so it's not on mine, it didn't even render to the page. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it didn't for me either. So
Okay.
if you want to fix it for now, just to make sure that you're getting there, go ahead and just add the dummy student object in your student info TS file. Yep. Yeah, so that should work. Or go ahead and add a first name and a last name to it. That should be a colon. First name and last name should have colon instead of an equal sign. Because you're creating a TypeScript object literal. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's the Java in me.
I can't tell you how many times I've done that.
Okay.
Okay, so now it should render. Still not rendering?
No.
Unexpected token student at column 19. Oh, open your HTML file. Looks like you've got a typo there. Oh, I see what the problem is. The student info page.
What did I do?
Student info page.html is the one you want to open. And you can even see VS Code is telling you you've got 2 errors in it. See the fact on the left, the file is listed in red.
Okay.
So click the red or orange file on the left. Yep. You have 2 errors. So what you've got here is you just need to put the curly braces around each one independently. So it's student.firstname, close curly brace, space, yep, open, there you go. Now it should be fine.
Okay.
There you go.
Sweet.
I guess I
All right,
blew through that one just a little bit too quickly.
Oh, I did?
No, I did.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, I'll stop sharing.
Alrighty. Now I will resume sharing. Okay, so we need to get a student onto a page. And I think I touched on this the other day. I am a huge fan of RxJS. And I use RxJS maybe more than is healthy. But I find that once you become really comfortable with it, you write better code. So this code here, well, first let me ask, is anyone already comfortable with RxJS? Or do we not even know what RxJS is?
I've heard of it.
Okay. Then this might take a little bit of, it certainly takes a little getting used to. So what we're doing here, and I'll try to go slow, is I've got an observable on my student info page that I call student $. And what's happening is that I have the route of the page, which contains a parameter map. That's the param map. And Angular makes that available as an observable so that you can write code that changes when the route changes. So if the student info page is student info /1, and it's the first time you've ever been to that page, your component renders, the constructor is called, the ng on it runs, and all of that stuff happens in the Angular page lifecycle the way it's supposed to. If the route then changes, but the page doesn't have to, so from student info 1 to student info /2, Angular knows that it doesn't have to rebuild the entire page from scratch because only a part of the parameter map has changed. So you can pay attention, you can subscribe to these changes. The component won't re-render, the page won't re-render, but you can respond to it by paying attention, by subscribing to the parameter map. So what I'm doing here is I'm setting up a new observable that's based on the changes to the param map, piping those changes to another RxJS function called switch map. Switch map says, okay, this observable just fired a new value. Take that value and switch it to another observable that we're going to get by calling this function. So we're going to take the parameter, the ID parameter, so params that get ID, and we're going to pass that value to the student service get student. So we're going to ask student service to give us student 1, student 2, student 3. We're going to take that value and we're going to run an RxJS operator called tap, which means we're just going to peek at the value. We're not going to do anything special with it. We're just going to peek at it. So get student is going to give us a student back, or it's going to give us nothing if it can't find one. So if there's no student with that ID, we're going to tell the router, the Angular router, to go back to the roster page. Is that clear so far? It's cool if it's not. In fact, there's a secondary way we can implement this, and it might be easier to understand. But I wanted to go through the hard way first. Okay, so student essentially becomes an observable of students. When the route changes, the student observable gets the new student. That's the important thing to remember out of these lines. The student VM observable is building upon the student observable and simply pipes that value through a mapper that clones that student to give us an exact deep copy of it. And clone student just does a JSON stringify and JSON parse. It's a poor man's clone. That one you may have seen before. All of that to say, this is when we get a student object from the student service, we get a copy of it whenever the route changes.
Where's this piece of code going?
That's what I'm going to show you next.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm going to try to do this kind of live. The last time I did this workshop, Mike Hardington from Ionic stopped by just as I was going over this code. And one of the things he told me was, with an Ionic app, you don't have to do this. So what we're going to do this time, so let's see, the student info page. I still want a student, but this time I'm going to predefine it as a. So let me think about this one for a second, because I want to do this one the way Mike told me to. Well, let me ask you. You want me to do it this way and then simplify it, or do you want to do it the simple way first?
Let's go both ways to see what changes.
Okay, fair enough. So I want the students. And okay, so let's leave it there for a second because I don't have the router yet. Remember what I said the other day about not doing my imports or not showing my imports in the slides? So we need the route, which is a, I'm trying to do this from memory here. It's the not that either. It's the, all right. You ever had one of those days where you can't remember your name?
Is it not the Angular router?
No. We need that too,
Okay.
though. So that's the router.
Okay.
We need that, and that's how we route navigate. It's the oh, for crying out loud. Give me a second. Yeah, this is one of those days that I can't remember my name. Activated route. I don't know why I can't remember that. The activated route has information about the route used to render your page. Okay, so we've got that. And param map is on the activated route. And as you can see, it is a observable of type param map. So every time that changes, we're going to pipe its value. We don't need that. This student service, which means we need to get the student service. And if you're wondering, does Mike really code like this? Yes, he does. Student service. So student service dot get student. Params get run. No, close. If not student, also close, but we'll go back to roster. And of course, now we got to figure out all of the lovely params that are messed up. So this dot route, that should look like that. That should look like. It is not happy with me, is it? So this router param map. Oh. We need to Need more real estate. This pipe to switch map. Params to get service. Oh, that's not a problem. That's just okay. Right. Yep. Student, and if there is no student, I think what's happening here is we've got some imports missing. Import switch map from helps you spell import properly. There you go. And then tap. There we go. So switch map and tap are from our RxJS operators. Okay, so as soon as the ID changes, the route changes, we get the ID, we call get student. If we don't get a student, we navigate back to the roster. That is correct.
Can you leave that just as is for 1 second?
The slide or my code?
Just this,
They're the same. Which one can you read better?
the thing in the red. It's fine.
Okay.
Get student. Oh, switch man.
The switch map essentially takes the value from an observable and creates a brand new observable and switches to that new observable. So ultimately, if you look, we end up with a student is an observable of student. And whenever you're working with RxJS like this, build them up slowly. And compose them. Don't try to make everything into a single observable. Even this might be too much. But now I'm going to create a student view model to move this up. Map also comes from RxJS operators, and clone student does not exist yet. See if Copilot knows what to do here. Not quite. Now it does. And then we'll have to import student. Okay. This is enough to get the student from the route on the page into the component. So in our template, we will work only with this one.
Mike, sorry, is all this code, what is this sitting in? Is it on a init? Is it in the constructor?
It's not in the constructor. It's just part of the component. These are actually component
Okay, yeah, yeah.
variables.
Yeah, mine's pretty messed up. I'm not sure what's going on.
You want me to put this in the Slack channel so you can copy and paste it? It's useful, but it's not necessary to understand the Ionic portion.
Yeah, no, it's not, I got red squigglies all over the place.
I did too. Mostly because if you don't have all of the stuff.
Yeah. Just go ahead. I'll connect with you afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting squigglies on my constructor. It says member constructor should be declared before all public instance methods definitions.
Correct. Yeah, I got this one,
Oh,
right?
okay, you've got that still.
Yeah, and that's because I didn't put clone student below it. That should make it happy. Depending on what you're using for linting, the way that Angular apps are supposed to be architected here is that you have your instance variables, your fields, just after the just at the top of the class, then your constructor, then your lifecycle events, and then your functions.
Okay. All right.
This is how we get the student onto the page. Essentially, the entire student info page, all of the HTML is wrapped with an ng container tag using an ngIf directive so that it only renders if there is a student. So I'm going to say that again. We're going to use it. We're going to wrap the entire HTML of the page with an ng container. And the ng container will only render if we have a valid student. This prevents essentially undefined null reference errors. A couple of things, if you aren't, or you should already know about ngIf. So it won't render unless the ngIf is true. But what's more is ng container is a special Angular tag that doesn't render any output whatsoever. It doesn't affect the markup. So essentially, this is saying that everything inside the ng container will not exist if we don't have a valid student. The rest of that line is an Angular pipe, and we're calling the async pipe. So the async pipe is going to take care of all of the subscribing and unsubscribing for us. We don't have to deal with it. Anytime student VM fires a new property, a new value, everything inside of that ng container will be told to recompute and repaint. The last thing we do is we tell the async pipe that whatever value we're getting from this observable internally to my template, I'm going to refer to it as the variable name student. That's why I can say student.first name, student.last name. I'm going to put that in practice. So if I come in here now and collapse all of my content, I can simply do ng container, ngIf, student VM dollar, pipe to async as student. And then close ng container. I don't know where that came from. And it's complaining because, do I still have the student? I didn't get, I got rid of student, didn't I? Why is it complaining? Because I didn't
You
close
are
the
not
tag.
closing it. Yeah.
Thank you. Reformat. Ah. Yeah. Okay, now we go back into Edge. I'm still getting my my data binding. The data binding is working. See? Okay, so I want to make sure that everybody gets at least to this point. And then I'll show you the simpler way that Mike gave us. It's not a whole lot simpler, just a little simpler. Do you see the power here? I'm not subscribing to observables. I'm not waiting for promises to resolve. I'm not taking I'm not making an HTTP call directly from my component. I'm not dealing with error handling. All of that can be done inside of my service, and the component can be written in such a way that it only renders when it has valid data. So you can really focus on what does the component need to do. Does that make sense? It should be, yeah, this is all the code that you need on the component. Does everyone have this?
It's working on my side.
Awesome. Anyone else? Anyone
Yeah.
have it not working that wants
No.
it?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Okay. You all okay going over a little long tonight? I'm fine with it if you are.
Depends on how long.
Till we get this right.
Okay.
In the workshop feedback, I fully expect you guys to go, okay, don't spend an hour on RxJS. Just,
I'm gonna take a quick nature break.
Already. All right, who are we still waiting on?
So I'm missing, must be missing the imports for switch map, tap, and map.
These?
Let's see. Yeah,
VS Code's pretty good about guessing, but only once you have one of them.
okay.
Ready to move on? We've got to the point where we can do this. Okay, so from here, what we're going to want to do is create a form. Probably done this before in HTML. So we're going to need a form for all of the values that are editable on a student. And we can use an ion label with an ion input together. And let's see, things to know about ion labels. The important ones, probably not color. Just about everything can be made, changed color. But the position of the label relative to its input item. So it looks like this. So if you have a default, you get the label next to the placeholder. Fixed looks the same. I tend to use stacked or floating. Where did that go? Floating is kind of cool because it looks like a fixed label, and then when you click in it, it becomes a stack label. So it animates up and out of the way so you can type. Which one you use really is going to be up to you. Whatever your design choices are. So ion input is a huge topic. Think of everything you can do with an HTML input tag and supercharge it. Ionic has done a lot, they've done a lot of work at making it really, really powerful. So it might seem a little overwhelming. It doesn't really have to be. Everything else with Angular and Ionic, if you start with the basics and then go from there, it's not too bad. Here are some other important things for the input. So imagine you have a text input. Again, you can create the color. You can give it a debounce value, because every ion input will fire a change event as the user is changing it. But if you make a debounce value that's greater than 0, you won't get that change event until so many milliseconds have elapsed after the user has made those changes. So for example, you put a debounce of 500 and the user's typing. You're not going to get that change message until half a second has gone by without them making any changes. If you have seen on a mobile device where you can enter a search string, and instead of a return or enter key on the on-screen keyboard, it says search or go. That's the enter key hint. You can also give the mobile device a hint on which kind of keyboard to show based on the input mode. And finally, type is just like an HTML input type. What kind of data are you looking for? It's going to default to text. So you can use all of these different attributes to kind of personalize, customize the experience for your user. We can also validate our inputs. And these are the built-in validations that are available to you. Minimum, maximum string length, min and max numeric values, regex pattern, and whether or not a field is required. The next one I'm going to show you. Don't try to take it all in. These are all of the autocomplete hints that Ion inputs allow. So if you've ever gone to a web page and your browser has said, hey, let me input this, enter this for you, it's because of things like this. So your first name, your address, your city, state, and if your browser knows that information, it'll enter it for you. Make sense? So, all right, I just wanted to touch on that real quick. So what we need to do in order to get the input from the user for the student is to create a form, just a regular HTML form. With an Angular form, we want to provide an event handler for ng submit. So this is what function gets called when the user submits the form. The pound student form equals ng form. That's another Angularism. What this is saying is that when we have a form in Angular, we're going to take it will expose an ng form to us that represents the entire rendered form. And we're going to assign that form to the local template variable student form. And when we do that, we'll be able to, inside of our HTML, we'll be able to reference that form, ask Angular if it's valid, ask it for errors, and so forth. So what I want to do here, come back here. And inside the Ion content, it's currently empty. I want to create a form. Empty submit equals on submit. So we're going to submit the student object when the form is submitted. And we're going to have a local template variable, student form, and that is the ng form that gets built for us. On submit does not exist yet. So to keep it happy, just come in here and create one. Yep. Even if it doesn't do anything. Now at least it's happy. Next, let's create a single input field. Because all of the input fields are going to look kind of like this. And yeah, I think I do want an Ion list. We want an Ion item. And no, I don't want Copilot doing the work for me. So in the Ion item, I want an Ion label. And I'm going to set its color first name valid. I'll explain this in a second. Oh, it's doing really well. Okay, I want to stop right there for a second. So I'm creating a list for all of the inputs. So I only need one of these. Oops. And then every one of my form input elements is going to be inside an ion item. The ion label simply tells me what we're going to put there. I'm setting the color either to nothing, which will be the default value, default color for the form, or the ionic color called danger in the event that the form, the first name field is not valid. But notice it doesn't like first name because it doesn't exist, right? So I need an ion input, and I'm going to set it to first name. I'm going to set it to required. And yes, I'm going to use the two-way data binding for ng model. First name. And I also need, that's what I was missing there. The input also needs a template variable. And I've missed something from the slide, but that's okay. All right, do you see what's going to happen here? You go into the browser. Okay, so first name is Casey. So I can notice the first name became red. It went to that danger state, that danger color, because first name is required, but I'm no longer providing it. That makes sense? So the other thing I can do, let's see. If I change the position to floating, see how it moved it up, moved the label up? And then when you don't have the field, doesn't have focus, it animates back, which is kind of cool. I kind of like it. And then I had done one more thing here. And that was inside the label. I wanted a span. Not quite. How did I do it? Span ng if first name errors is required. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating a span of text, just the words is required, in the event that the first name field has errors and that error is required. This shows you the depth of an Angular form where you can actually go in and interrogate why something is messed up. So if you had an email field, you could say that it's required, but if they type something in, you could have a different error message that says it's not a valid email address, or it's not, a phone number field, it's not a valid phone number, or your passwords don't match, that sort of thing. One of the cool things I like to do, let me back up a second, is outside the form, I think this will work, do an HTML pre-tag. And That's actually an interesting thing to do too. So we can look at the entire value of the student form, but instead, I think what I want to do is look at the errors. So if we go back into, so right now there are no errors, so that value is null. But if I get rid of the word Casey, and it's still null. Again, this is the fun part of live demo typing, right? Okay, so let's do this. Let's get rid of that. What we really want to do Yep. Let's do that. Okay, if we do that. See how it changed? Now, let's go ahead and do the same thing for last name. And I missed the ion item. The label should be Did everyone see how I did the code duplication? Or how I did the update of the first name and last name?
You're going so fast that I'm still trying to catch up with the last one, and so I missed it, but that's okay. Because I can watch the video afterwards.
Okay, so I'll explain it. So I highlighted the blocks of code that I wanted to duplicate. And then I held down on a Mac, it's Option Shift down arrow. I believe on the Windows, it's Alt Shift down arrow. And that copies. If you don't hold Shift, it moves. And then instead of last name, so what I did here is I did Command or Control D to highlight all of the ones that are the same. And then you can just type over it. So let's open real quick the student page. So let's go with parent name here. So instead of last name, I can just type parent name, and that replaces it everywhere. Escape to get out of that, and then parent name. And then when it renders, it's still working. And again, everything is required. So we get that validation automatically. And this is what I was trying to show earlier. So you can use code like this to debug your form in your model.
I'm still trying to get the last section to work.
Already? You want help?
Well, I just need to see the code again so I can see.
You want this code or do you want my code?
Yours is fine.
by the way, this here, this color is setting this color manually based on the form values validity is only required for iOS. For material design for Android, Ionic does it for you. Let me do something else here while we're waiting. Okay, so you can see what you need here, right? If I make a copy of the block. They're pretty much all the same, just the name of the field being entered.
Right, but if it doesn't work for one, it's not going to work for any of them, no matter how.
That
many
is
times-
true. So what are you having a rough time with?
It's not showing the is required part, so I was trying to look through that again.
Not showing the is required part. So the span.
Correct.
Do you have this line on the input? Do you want to share your screen?
Yeah, I'll share.
Okay. All right, so you got that, you got that. Label, color. There's that. Okay, so I input name equals first name required, pound first name equals ng model.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that looks
see.
right.
I see.
Oh,
what-
the
I see.
ng.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, that's it. That's that editor fighting me.
Yeah, it's helping, right? Yep. So now if you backspace over it,
All right,
Perfect.
there we go.
notice that the two-way data binding, it's changing your title as well.
Yeah.
But since you've got your screen shared, I want to show why I made a copy of the student object. If you didn't do that, then the student object that's in memory for the roster page would also be changed while you're typing. But if you hit your back button now, you'll notice that it doesn't.
Yeah, and I did notice that. Yes.
Okay. That was the whole purpose behind creating what essentially is a view model. So
Right.
it's, if you don't need it, if you decide not to save it, you simply throw it away.
Yeah.
There's no, there's no hassle, right? Okay. All right, so I'm going to leave this here for now, and move on. I want to create the save button. So this button up here. So, obviously, if we don't save the data, there's no point in having it. So the save button, we're going to put in the header of the page in another Ion buttons container in the toolbar. So when the button is clicked, we're going to call on submit. And we're going to disable it if the form is invalid. straightforward enough, I think. So let me do that. So it goes in the toolbar. More buttons at the end. Move all that out of your way. One eye on button, button, button. Yep, now it's helping me too, right?
Yeah.
Nope. Okay. Okay. So it's going to be a button that calls on submit student when it's clicked. And it's going to be disabled if the form is invalid. And inside the button, yep, we want an icon with a slot of icon only. We want to use the save icon. Does anybody have any trouble with this one?
Nope.
This one should be pretty straightforward. Yep, there it is. But when I click it, nothing happens because I don't have an on submit function yet that does anything. If it's no longer valid, notice that it's grayed out. I can't click it anymore. So the last piece of this puzzle is to call the student service and save the student. And if it's successful, then navigate back to the roster page. So in student info page, we should have the on submit. And it's going to be async since we're awaiting something. Await the student service, save student, pass the student object that was given to us, and then navigate back to the roster page. And yes, you could use either one of those, navigate or navigate by URL. The difference is navigate by URL, you give it the complete route that you want it to navigate to. You don't pass an array of strings or anything like that. So either one will work in this case. So they are.
When I have just navigate, I'm getting
You're getting an error.
yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I see that. It's got to be an array.
Either one of those two pieces of syntax should be identical.
Okay.
So now, if I come back in here, I'm going to go back. I'm going to pick on Greg because I always pick on Greg. And I'm going to call him Gregory. And if I go back, we just threw the object away. If I come in here, change it to Gregory and save, he's now Gregory. Now, at this point, you should be able to take the form that we've built and fill in the rest of the form based on the student interface. There is one more. Oh, well, there's two more here that are different. I mean, obviously, parent email, phone number. These are just different data types. You can use that hinting that I was talking about earlier. Birth date, though, you might want to go with an eye on date time. So if we do that, highlight everything again, Command Option Shift down arrow. And for this one, instead of parent name, I want, what was it? Birth date. And instead of an IN input, there's a couple of things I could do. I could just continue to use an IN input and just say type equals date. And then I'm missing something somewhere. Here it is. Does anyone know what this will do? Just by doing type equals date.
Give you a standard iOS date picker.
I don't think so. It'll give me a browser date picker. It might be different on if I was running the iOS simulator, but this is what Chrome gives you out of the box. So if you want to do something a little different, use an eye on date time. And I think that's all you need. Well, that's something. So you get that, and then there's a bunch of options. And the one I like to use so you can do that. That kind of looks like the older iOS model. Right? Everyone's familiar with this one? So presentation equals date. Presentation equals date. So now it won't let me select the time anymore. I suppose I suppose you could ask for someone's time they were born. I thought there was one that gave us a pop-up. I just started using this one.
I think I saw the word pop up go flying by.
Did you? No. Mode. You can give it a min and a max date. I'm pretty sure they have it. So you've got this one. Oh, that's a title. I am not seeing it. pretty sure they offer it. That was my complaint about the date time when they first came out with it, was that it was always visible like that. You could never, I wanted it to be kind of a popover. You know, I wanted to be able to type in the person's, that's neat. I wanted to be able to type in their birth date or have the calendar appear. But it is a very functional calendar. So now Jonathan Bennett was born on October 13th of 99. And I believe it will remember that. Yeah, it will remember that because we saved it.
All right, so can we see the code again, please?
Yes. There you go.
Can we go to the student info page TS? Because I'm getting an error on the router.
Okay.
You were doing roster. Not the student.
Yeah, where did you send it?
Students. That's what it gave me the
Oh, Copilot.
very helpful thing there. Yeah.
Copilot can sometimes be helpful and can sometimes be a massive hindrance to productivity.
Oh, come on.
Do you need to share your screen again?
No, I think when I renamed the ion date, it didn't change the end of it.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you did it here, right?
Yeah,
Are you on a Mac or PC?
I'm on a Mac.
Okay, so Command D is your friend here, because then you can select them both at the same time. And you can,
Man.
all right, we are at time, but I will hang around for another half hour. So if anybody wants to ask questions or explore this a little bit longer.
I just need to get working what I didn't have working earlier.
Okay.
Hopefully everything else is pretty close. I can give me a share.
Sure.
Okay, you can see that. So when I click on the chevron, I've got a routing issue. So
You sure do. So what
must
is
have
it?
missed something there.
Open your student info routing module.
Right there. Okay.
Yep, you missed that very first day when we changed that.
Yep.
So :ID.
In here, colon
Yep.
ID like that.
Yeah, so a student route would never not have an ID, a student
Okay.
info route. So we just added that :ID. And from there, you should be fine. Or not.
Woohoo.
Opening tag, ion button not terminated. Okay,
And that's going to be in the student info page.
correct. And that one should be in that one should show up in here somewhere. Ion buttons, ion button, ion button. Back button looks right. You shouldn't have too many ion buttons. Ion button, click equals on submit.
Oh, I have, I don't have need an opening quotes there.
That'll do it.
Cool. All
You
right.
should be able to make changes
Yep.
and save.
Okay. Oh, cool.
And you're still calling your icon name pipe.
Yep.
That's very cool. Would anyone like to see the simpler route instead of all of the RxJS?
I would like to see it.
All right.
So my save button is not firing. I don't know why.
Save button is not firing, so keep it there. Click equals on submit. Okay, you need, you're actually calling a function on line 10.
Yep.
You need to call the function. Right now, your click is just the word on submit. So that should be valid TypeScript. So it should be on submit, open paren, student. Now it should work.
Cool. Okay. All right. All good. Take it away.
All righty. Okay, so what is the simpler way than doing this? So when Mike from Ionic came into my workshop, he said, instead of subscribing to the param map changes, he said, instead, just look at the route snapshot param map. The snapshot is what is the current state of the route right this second. It's not an observable. You don't get changes. So you have one shot at this. So it's no longer an observable. So instead, I'm going to take all of this code out of here. I'm going to leave that one for now. And I'm going to put this in ng on init. So the first thing I need to do is get that ID from the route snapshot. Okay. So I really need to turn off Copilot. Now that I have a student ID, I will simply call get student, which still returns an observable. And so I can still do what I was doing before. But now, okay, so I'm simply declaring it as an observable student. And passing the student ID. Oh, that even returns a promise. I don't even have to do that. Give me a second here. Const student equals await. Means we have to mark the function as async. Okay, so we're going to get the student ID from the route snapshot. Then we're going to ask the student service to give us a student, which returns a promise. If you get rid of the tap, if we don't get a student back, we're going to navigate to roster. And then we are going to, we still need to set that VM. So, quite frankly, we don't even have to do that. So what we can do instead, let's get rid of that. So instead, we're gonna have a student. And that's gonna be this dot student. And if not this dot student. Okay. And it's not gonna like that because we can't have the word const there. Okay, you see the difference now? So we don't even need this anymore, do we? We do not. We don't need any of this stuff. So we've got a student on the component. When the component is created, when it's initialized, we're going to grab the student ID from the routes snapshot. Immediately call into our student service to get the student by that ID. If it doesn't exist, kick us back to the roster page. There is no RxJS here anymore. See, it's gone. We get rid of map, switch map, and tap. We get rid of observable. The only thing left to do now
Hey, wait,
is,
no, go back for a second.
okay.
Sorry. Why'd you get rid of, okay, so,
No, I still broke something. I don't know if you see it yet. But go ahead, you have a
The
question?
ng container.
NG container I still have to fix, but there's one other thing. I'm not calling this anymore.
I'm not, oh, there's no await on.
Right.
This
So
dot student equals await. This dot student service dot get student ID, and it does not like my await.
could be because you didn't put async on the.
Oh. Yeah.
So I think
Okay.
I was right the first time. I wanted to do it this way. And then there we go. That's what I had forgotten. So this is the non-RxJS way to do it. And the reason Mike told me to use the snapshot, he said, not everyone knows this about Ionic. He said, with Angular, he says, I'm with you. That's exactly the way I would do it. He says, but in Ionic, we always rebuild the component from scratch on a new route. So there's no danger of using the snapshot. He said, we'll always call ng on it again when the route changes.
Now, should line 21 be not student or?
Yes, it should.
Okay.
Good call. This is why pair programming works. Or in this case, sept programming. Do you find this cleaner? I'm a huge fan of RxJS. I think I've made that clear, but I do see where this might be a little easier to follow. The only thing missing, somebody else pointed it out, is this. I still like the idea of this. Because now I don't have to worry about this value being undefined, because you've all seen that, right? You get the trying to read first name of undefined, and it complains. And you can fix that by adding a question mark to every single binding expression, because then Angular won't complain about it. But If you simply wrap the entire thing in an ng container, ngF student, then none of this stuff exists if you don't have a valid student. And you don't have to worry about a race condition that it tries to render before the navigation has happened. So I don't think the user would see it, but you'd have potentially errors strewn about your console. So if all is well.
I'm back with a routing issue. Oh,
So yeah, it still works without the RxJS. You want to share again?
sure.
I have a routing issue again. Cannot match any routes.
Yep, sorry. Okay, so it looks like I've navigated to student info.
Oh, 37 is wrong.
37.
You're navigating to router. There is no route called router. It's roster.
Oh,
You got to
Yeah.
typo.
Well, that's the complete doing that. That's what it did to mine too, but I had to change it.
oh, what's going on?
Oh, so what is happening? So you're getting the ID, you're not getting a student. So you're immediately you're immediately navigating back to where you came from.
And why am I not getting the student?
Oh,
That's
you need to have the not student, not this dot student.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. There it is. That's different.
Yeah.
This dot student. No, 39
Double
needs an
equal.
equal sign, not a double equal sign.
And it also needs the await.
Where?
I'm sorry, never mind. You don't have to do the await on this clone.
Okay, so now you can fix your ng container on the template. You just need ngF student. The async as student can go away.
Yep.
And looks like you've got a little bit of a binding expression error in your title.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, line 8.
Yep. Yep. Cool. Okay, I'm good.
I like the
Yes.
icons you chose.
Yeah, I struggle with that.
No, they work really well. They're you can look at them and you know exactly what they mean.
And I changed it here too.
Oh, cool. There's one other thing you can add to that pipe. See if you get IntelliSense. So after the name, icon name in your pipe code, so line 5,
Yeah.
put a comma and press space. Yeah, tell it pure equals true or pure colon true.
Pure
Colon true. So ideally, you want all of your pipe functions to be pure functions, meaning that if I pass the same value over and over and over again, I always get the same result.
Oh.
Now, in this case, because you're passing the student, that's not a pure function because
Right.
it's based on a field that's inside student.
Right.
So if you pass the student, if you're just passing the value absent or
Right.
present, then you can make it a pure function. And then Angular can take some shortcuts.
Okay, well, I'll work on that. I mean, so I could either define it as a true false on present, or I could create create an interface.
Go back to the student interface. I'll show you what I would be tempted to do. Student.ts.
Where is it?
It's near the bottom.
Right there. Okay.
So I would be tempted to create a type.
Okay.
I think it's been a while since I've done this. So just type, export type status or absent stat, present status, attendance status.
And CE.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And then I think you can just set it equal to present or equals. There you go. And now set line 10 equal to, right. And now you should be able to take your pipe and set its input type to attendance status. That's your color.
Well, it has the same problem.
Oh, yes, you're right. It does. Yep.
And it says value.
It's interesting. It didn't work.
No, because I'm passing in student.
Oh, right.
Student roster. So icon. Icon name.
Yeah, student dot.
Student status.
Open up the student.ts again. Yeah, status. I don't know why it didn't autocomplete that for you.
Okay, works.
I'm curious now if it, how often it calls those functions.
I got rid of my.
Yeah, I saw that.
Where was that? Just up here.
Yeah, just inside the transform. No, inside the transform function.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Nine times. Doesn't, I don't know if it's calling that again. Look like it's calling it again.
Calling it only when it has to.
Yep. Cool.
Huge difference, isn't it?
Yep.
All right. Is there anything else you want to see? Anything else that we've missed? Anything we're burning to?
I'm gonna get in trouble if I don't get out of here.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone else? All right, then I guess I'll see you all on Thursday.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, folks, take care. Have another nice couple of days.
Thanks.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, guys, welcome to the fourth and final workshop. I want to start off this evening by talking about the application storage and how that all works. With Ionic, there's a bunch of different storage options. And because I usually mostly work with devices, I do a lot of on-device storage. So I'm not going to go into the different types of cloud storage. And Ionic has a enterprise offering that does secure cloud storage. This is literally just how do you put simple data on the device. And that's what I'm doing here. So what I use is capacitor storage. You may remember from the first session, we had to go out and install at capacitor/storage to get the storage service to work, or the student service to work. And as you can see here, it's a pretty simplistic API. You have get and set methods, a remove method, a clear the database method, and a method to get the array of all of the keys in your database. And I say database, I use the term kind of loosely because it's really just a key value store attached to your application. And what I mean by that is it's attached to your HTTP scheme. So if you were to use npm start, which launches ngserve with the default of port 4200, played with the application, got your storage set up, created some new students and edited them, and then closed the app down, started it up again with Ionic Serve, which I believe uses port 8100, it would not have the same database. So likewise, if it was HTTP versus HTTPS, I think they even get different databases. But it's really just tied to your application's running instance. On a desktop browser, it's going to use local storage, which means it's volatile. It could be destroyed at any time. On a real device, it should use indexed DB, or what is the other one?
SQLite?
No, you can tell it to use SQLite. So there is an option for that. And Ionic's pretty good with that. So you can use SQLite. But that's not the one. It's IndexedDB and some other one. It's escaping me now, but it doesn't matter. It'll use the right one for the right device. And that's one of the things you get by using capacitor storage. You don't have to worry about it. So whether you're a PWA, whether you're Android, iOS, it doesn't care. So to set up the student service with only these 5 API calls, I essentially created a bunch of public methods. The capacitor storage service is all promise-based, so you'll see that everything I do here is also promise-based, except for, it looks like the second one. All students is the observable that our component, our roster component, relies on. So the way this works is when anything happens to a student, whether you mark them absent, present, delete them, save it, retrieve it, get a new one, what have you. What the storage service does is it takes the information you just gave it. So here's a brand new student. Here's a fully hydrated brand new student object. It saves it in the local storage or the storage, and then immediately tells that all students observable that a brand new, completely regenerated array has been created for you. And that causes the component to update itself. As you can probably imagine, if you have a dozen students, this is not a problem. If you had 1,000 students or 10,000 students, this could be a problem. The way the student service is written is you could extend it by providing paging, sorting, all sorts of things. And then you would only still have to pay attention to that observable. I will leave that as an exercise for the viewer. Also inside of the student service, there are some private pieces that we'll go over shortly, and that is the student array itself is implemented as an RxJS behavior subject. And so what that does is that maintains a local cache inside the student service that it updates whenever it has a change. And then that's what gets sent out to the component, to the subscribers. And it does that through the function called push all. So push all just goes and says, hey, we have a new behavior subject. We have a new array. Go process it. The other three functions here are simply internal implementations that we will see shortly, and they're just basically helper functions. So inside the student service, I created a generic object called a new student of type this student interface. And as you can see, it just blanks out all of the fields, makes them empty strings. So we haven't tried it yet, but if you go to the student info page /new, there is code in the student service that will return this student, the empty student, instead of the one, the student by ID that you asked for. So here's the behavior subject. Again, it holds an array of students internally. And when the application starts up, the component, student roster component, simply asks for all students function, and that gets that behavior subject as an observable. And as a general rule, if you're dealing with a behavior subject with multiple subscribers, you don't want to expose the actual subject to your subscribers, because then they could all start putting in new values uncontrollably. So the general pattern is to return to your subscribers the behavior subject as an observable, and that's what these few lines do. Feel free to stop me if I'm going too quick or if you need something clarified. You've seen this, I believe, at the beginning of the student service. We have an initialize function, and all that does is it calls push all the first time. And so push all says, get me all of my students, and then tell the behavior subject to emit another value with those students in it. So again, it's just kind of it's not a database seed, it's an application seed. So here's a beginning value. Get all students asks the storage system, the capacitor storage system, to give me all of my keys out of the database. The next thing I do is I filter that array for only those keys that start with the student's key constant, which I believe is just the word student underscore. You don't have a whole lot of say or in how it's stored, how data is stored here. So you can store anything. So if I want to store students, or I want to store things that are other than students, which I might at some point, I might want to store teachers at some point or classes. I need a way to differentiate them, since there is a single key value store. So I created a student's key, which is just the word student. So I have filtered all the keys from the database based on that student key. And then the next line here, I have to await a promise all and get every student by its key. Does that make sense? So when that promise all resolves, I have an array of students. And the astute among you will notice that I don't have any error handling here, and I probably should. And here's the getting a single student, and here's that special case for new. So if you pass the student ID of new, I will simply resolve the promise with that empty student. Otherwise, I go into the database and look for the student by that key hyphen its ID. So student key 1, student key 2, etc. And student key, get student by key, you'll notice it looks a little weird. So I have to go and call the storage function its get method. And I need to pass an object. I'm not really sure why you don't just pass the key, but you have to pass it as an object. So that's why there's the curly braces inside the parameters. So I'm actually passing an object with the key value, the key of key, and the value of that student key parameter being passed in. It's kind of bizarre. Capacitor storage will only store strings. It does not do JSON parsing or serialization for you, which is why I have to JSON parse the result. And not just the result, but the value of the result. Again, so what storage.get is returning me is a promise of an object. And in that object, there's a value. Does that make sense? It's kind of weird. And I think there are simpler storage libraries out there, but I wanted to stick with the Ionic stuff for this. Similarly, delete student. You call storage remove, and you have to pass that key. For saving a student, I have a UUID library. So if you create a brand new student, you pass me a student to save student without an ID. Instead of just trying to find, 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm going to create a UUID and save that as its ID. It's unique enough that I don't think you would ever run into a collision locally. Probably not globally either, but one never knows.
So what's the double question mark mean?
That is equivalent of saying student ID equals student ID. Unless it's null, then assign UUID 4. That's relatively new in TypeScript. I think it's clever. It saves about 10 keystrokes, but I don't know that it's any clearer. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I'd seen it, so I that's why I was wondering.
Yeah, I think sometimes sometimes I'm too clever for myself, because when I first saw that the other day, I had to remind myself what it does. So yeah, I think that one probably should just be student.id equals student.id and then question mark, which means, not null. So that might be a little easier. Let's see. So after a delete or a student, we call push all, and that sends out the array to all the subscribers again. Do save student is the internal implementation of save student. So it assumes you've got a student ID or a key already, and it simply calls the storage set function, passing the key and the value. And notice again, I have to stringify the result because it's not going to do it for me. Mark present is very simple. I set the student status to present, same with absent, and then I call do save student. Do save student updates the storage, calls push all again. Reset attendance goes through every student and then unsets the status. And again, I'm being clever there, because you can see that that map statement has a shortcut So I'm taking the status property out of the student object and then passing the rest of the student object with the rest operator. That would be the equivalent of going through and just calling unset student.status. But again, I had to be clever, so. If you feel that you would ding me on a pull request review for cleverness, you're not going to get any argument from me. Is that one clear or is that one just bizarre?
Well, I've been doing the, the Java streams craziness too. So, I mean, it does make sense. Again, these words are just for humans to understand, it gets all translated into whatever the computer's going to use. So,
Right.
It's all about what we need to comprehend what we're doing.
Yep. And quite frankly, the what we did last session with the getting rid of all of the observables to get the student onto the student info page, it is so much more readable now. I think RxJS has its place, and that particular place was not its place. Okay, so these are a couple other things we had. I think we saw that. We have theme data, seed data. And this was just at the very beginning. If we have nothing in the database, we can seed it and get a couple of, I think we have 10 fake students. And then clear data is the opposite. And that one's easy. We just call storage clear. And that is everything for storage. Do you have any questions before we go to the camera?
Oh, so that's literally all you have to do to use local storage. Wow.
Yep.
Huh.
And the code's all there. It's all in the student service.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now, give me a second here. Well, I guess I can edit it out later. I got to go back. This was all supplemental material before. Okay. All right, so let's talk about the camera. So we looked at Pixabay once before, and what I did here is I went and found a picture of a camera. What I wanted was a placeholder image. So if there was no picture of the student, I wanted something to display in its place. So if you want to follow along, so just go to Pixabay and find a nice picture of a camera. Doesn't even matter which one. This one's kind of cool. Okay. So that, actually, I haven't done it here, so I have to do it here. Yep, I don't have it here. So let's go with, which one do you like? I got a lot of them. I think for fun, I want to go with the Polaroid. So I'm going to download the SVG version. And then not download. Why did it not download? Try that again. Oh, okay, there it is. So I'm going to name it camera. And I'm going to drag it to my images. Don't need to see it there. Okay, so it's in images as camera.svg. Here I say save it to camera.png, but you want to save it to whatever you downloaded. If you download a PNG, then obviously it's use the right extension. Okay. Now we need these two NPM packages. We have to tell capacitor that we're going to use the camera. And then because I think all of us right now are in a browser, we need the Ionic PWA elements to make it work in a browser. So I'm going to do that. And I'm going to npm install. Both of those. All right, and that is done. Is anyone following along and need to wait for the npm to finish?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to get the image still, so let me do that real quick.
Okay, then you'll want that.
All right, done.
All right. Everyone's got a camera and the npm install is finished. Okay, next you're going to need to open main.ts. Most of this should already be there, but I remember I had to have somebody on day one comment some of the stuff out, like this import here and this define custom elements. You either deleted it or commented it out. I don't remember which. So open main.ts. Yeah, I don't have this at all. So there's a couple of things we have to do in here. Get this out of the way. And close this. Okay, so we need to bootstrap the platform, or whatever it is there. Okay, so we've already got that and the catch. So we need to call that okay, that didn't work. So we're going to need to define or import custom elements. And do it while typing correctly. There we go. Right, Ionic PWA elements loader. All right, does everyone agree that that looks the same? Oops. All right, does everyone have this?
Not yet.
Already? Oops. I Can't imagine how many times that I have oops followed by the left arrow. How many of those I'll have to edit out. The armrest of my chair keeps hitting my keyboard.
Alrighty.
Okay. In the student info page, we need to import these things at the top of the file. So camera, camera result type, and camera source from @capacitor camera. Let's see if I can do that. Oops. There we go. So back in the student info page. We good?
Yep.
And then this is how we take a picture. You will notice that the camera object or camera class of Ionic's capacitor is also very promise-based. So we're going to make an async function called take picture that will call the camera's get photo function, and it takes a single object of configuration. There's a lot of different things you can pass here, but this should get us a JPEG image of reasonable quality that we can then assign to the actual data image URL, the image's data URL. And because we're assigning it at the very last line to the student.image, it will be a string. It'll be a base 64 encoded string of the image attached to the student object so that when we save it, that just gets saved to local storage as well, all automatically. So let me bring in my VS Code and see if I can do this kind of out of the way here. So this goes on the student info component. That's pretty darn good. But I'm not going to do it that way. Someone needs to remind me to turn off Copilot. All right, that's not bad. We don't want base 64 as a result type. We want data URL. Notice we even got IntelliSense there. Quality 90 is probably okay. Feel free to play with it. Allow editing is true, which says give the user a chance to crop or play with it a little bit before accepting it. That's also optional. And the source is going to be camera. I think you can also do, if you're not on a machine with a camera, you could just go to source.photos. I think that might work for a Mac or Windows if you don't have a camera. I have a webcam, so I'm going to leave it as camera. And then, so that'll get our image. Need a close tag. And then not sure why I have 2 lines there. Why not just set it? Oh, I see. But I want to get the data URL from the image. And then I want to set this. And that's a typo. You have to, it has to be this dot. No, we're, never mind. I'm sorry. We're passing the student in. Right. So it'll be student image equals image URL. Is that clear?
Yeah, but I get a little squiggly that says image is not a property on student. So I don't know why that is, but
Oh, well, the reason I'm not is because I didn't tell it what student is. So, okay, so you're right. So if we tell it it's a student, I get the same problem, right?
yeah.
So I'm going to command click on student. And I'm going to add that is a instructional piece of TypeScript, if you think about it. Because on line 39, I hadn't told the function that I was taking a student, so it defaults to any. So student.image is fine. You got the squiggles because you got the error because you had told it it was a student. So what would have happened had I left my student object the way I had it and did not have an image? Can you guess?
Well, either it's going to work or it's not.
It will work just fine because the type information really only exists at compile time. Once this is, so all your type safety that you get out of TypeScript is gone once you're transfiled to JavaScript and you're running it. It's just JavaScript. It's going to say, oh, you set a field of, you gave me a string and you said to make it student.image. Cool, I'm going to do that for you. And because it would work in JavaScript, it'll work just fine. But we like to play nice here, so we're going to do it that way. So did you update your student with an optional string called image?
Yes.
All righty. So now we need to wire up something to the take picture function. And we'll do that in the HTML. So what I want to do here is go to student info HTML. Let me get all this out of your way again. So we have our student form. We have the Ion list. So what I want to do here is just add another Ion item with a click handler. And I'm going to pass the student to it. And in there, oops, like I spelled student wrong. In here, I've got two images. The first image only appears if student image exists. And I'm going to set it class. We'll update the CSS in a minute. Student photo. Source is student image. If we have a picture of the student on the student object, we're going to create an image tag with that student image as the source. And my image tag is complaining because I don't have alt text. So we can set up alt text equal to, let's do it this way. Alt. Yeah, I liked it better the first time. So alt equals student first name. Student last name. So our alt text will just be the student's name. If, on the other hand, we do not have a student image, and not student image. And source equals assets, images, camera, mine was an SVG. Alt equals take a picture. How's that look? I'm going to fire up my ng server, npm start. And before we take a look at it, let's go ahead and fix the CSS. We didn't talk a lot about CSS in this workshop. I don't consider myself a CSS expert, but for this, it's not too hard to do. Oops, what have I done? There we go. So that student photo class that I set on the image, I'm going to give it a max height of 25% of the vertical space. So no more than that. And I'm going to set its object fit to cover. So it'll crop the image, but still take up the whole rectangle. So if we do that, then we come back in and refresh the page here. Don't see any errors, so let's go into here. And there's my Polaroid. And the alt text should be, I don't see it doing anything, but if I click on it, you can see my camera. Oh, that's cool. It's using the other camera. It's using this camera. So if I want to take a picture, smile. Well, that didn't work very well. Let's try that again. There we go. And then I can save it. And there's my picture. And then if I save Jonathan Bennett, come back in, picture is still there. How cool is that? No applause, no nothing. All right, how's everyone else's coming?
Sorry, I was on mute, but no, that's cool.
Is it working for you?
Yeah, I had the image. It within says no camera found.
Okay.
And then it gives me an option to choose an image. So let me try that and see. So now if I save it, you can go back. Yep, work.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
So that is capacitor, essentially, in a nutshell. Capacitor is going to give you a consistent API across all devices and web pages. Now, not every capacitor plugin will work with a desktop browser. Many will. And if you go to the capacitor official plugins, and then they also have community plugins, they'll tell you what they work with. There are things like Face ID that obviously only works with an Apple product. and only, I think, works with iPhones or iOS. But you can access the GPS through anything, and it'll use the browser API. It'll use if you're on a desktop, it'll go deeper and it'll use your Wi-Fi. And if you're on an iPhone, it'll use that GPS. If you're on an Android, it'll use that GPS. But it gives you a consistent API for you to develop to, so you don't have to remember, well, on Android, I have to do this, or on iOS, I have to do that. Does that make sense? So now, we get to do, well, before I move on, is there anyone who wants to get the camera working but hasn't yet? Take that as a no. So now we come to probably the most dangerous part of the workshop, because I have no slides on this stuff. This one I just completely do live on the fly. So as you can imagine, it's quite exciting. So at this point, we have a functioning application. And I think it's good enough to be put into the App Store or the Play Store. So let me make sure that I have the Ionic extension loaded and running. Okay, nope. Make sure everything's okay, good, that's fine. Okay, there's the Ionic one. There it is. Okay. Have you all seen the Ionic extension yet? We really haven't used it because I don't like to rely on it necessarily. But there's got some cool things that it can do. So what does it want us to do? It wants to migrate. It wants us to add these features. These are recommendations that the Ionic plugin is going to give us. And the first thing I want to do now is I want to add an iOS project. So it should be a matter of simply clicking right there. Yes, I would like to add iOS support to my capacitor project. And it's showing me in the terminal here exactly what commands it's running. Okay. So could not sync because missing www. And yes, I always forget this myself. So in order to do a sync with capacitor, you must at least build a production version of your application one time. So I just ran npm run build.
So what is CocoaPods?
What are you used to developing on? What native desktop application are you used to?
Mac.
Oh, I thought maybe you were a .NET developer.
Oh, well, no, I'm a Java developer. So
then I think it's equivalent to Maven. It's a package manager.
Ah, okay.
Or at least that's one of the things Maven can do, right? I know it can do a lot.
Yeah, okay.
So CocoaPods, I believe, is just a dependency manager. The cool thing is, unless you're going to build your own capacitor plugins, you don't really have to care that much. But now that we've built the app, we should be able to sync with capacitor. And let me just open up package JSON. Oh, they don't have it here. Okay. I was expecting some scripts, some NPM scripts. Okay, so it seemed to have finished. So come back here, let's look at what it did. So the npm run build built my Ionic Angular app and put all of the assets into the www folder. So this is the entire built application. Capacitor sync copied that entire Angular Ionic app into this iOS project. So this is an Xcode project. We technically don't have to care a whole lot about this because Ionic has done a lot of the work for us. And I will be the first to admit, I am not an Xcode guy or an Objective-C guy or a Swift guy. It's just not something that's ever held much appeal to me. But now that I've built and synced, I can open this project in Xcode. And I was afraid of that. So my OS has updated since the last time I ran Xcode, which means I have to update Xcode, or at least part of Xcode. Now let's see what it does. Is one of you following along on your Mac?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna click this again. That looks better. Okay, so there's Xcode. Are you an Apple developer?
No.
No. I am registered as an Apple developer, but I don't pay the subscription fee, so I can't push anything to the App Store. But I should at least be able to do this if I can find it. Okay, so I've got a bundle identifier. Signing is automatic, but I don't have a team, so I need to go to my personal team. And that should fail to register because you can't, the bundle identifier has to be globally unique.
Right.
So mine will be com.walkingriver.something because I use walkingriver.com as my domain. And my watch wants me to trust my computer. Yes, you may. So com.walkingriver. Let's call it AT July 2022. Try again. Okay, so it's created a signing certificate and a provisioning profile for me. So at this point, I should be able to pick a simulator, or if I want, actually plug in my actual iPhone if I had a lightning cable somewhere around here. And if we have time, I'll go ahead and do that. But let's go with an iPhone 8, so one of the smaller, older ones. And I should be able to click play. It is building. Told you the Mac menu, the MacBook was fast, didn't I?
Yeah, I didn't see the open Xcode underneath my capacitor in the Ionic.
You did not.
Yeah, I didn't have that.
Had you done the build and the sync?
Yeah.
Well, and had you done the add iOS project?
Yes. Yes, because that's why I had that Cocoa Pods.
Okay, right.
Well, let me try to build it one more time and see.
All right, the simulator is firing up now. So an iPhone 8 with iOS 15.5. You can see at the very top, if you can see it, that's small. It says running app on iPhone 8. There you go. With all 3 buttons. Now, I can tell you, this is going to fail. It's not, so the application is going to work, right? I can come in here. I can mark present. I can mark absent. I can go back. I can change Jennifer's name to Jen. Oops. And it's behaving, oops, yeah, like an iPhone. And we're going to say that Jen was born in March 95 on the 10th. Then we're going to save Jen. So now it's Jen. And just still got the same birthday. I can delete Troy. And everything we built over the last 3.5 sessions is completely running as if it were a native iPhone app. A couple of things we still have to do to make it better, but it is working. So if I come in here to Casey, does anyone know what's going to happen when I click the picture of the camera?
There's not a camera simulator, so it's gonna fail for that. They'll probably ask you to choose an image or just die.
Nope, it just dies.
Oh, wow.
But I believe the reason it died is not because there's no camera. It is right here. So this is where it starts to get, we're not really in the realm of Ionic anymore. And if you go to the capacitor camera plugin documentation, it'll warn you about this. The camera won't function unless you tell Xcode that you want to ask for permission to use the camera and why. You've all seen it, right? Application X wants to use your camera, and then there's a little sentence or two underneath it that tells you what they're going to do with the image or how they're going to use that data.
Right.
That is in here. That is in Xcode. You can't do this with Ionic, and it's different for Android than it is for iOS. It's the same thing. You still have to ask for permission, but the way you ask for permission is different with Android. So as I recall, let me kill the app. As I recall, it's in here somewhere. So I'm in info. And what do they tell me I'm looking for? You are missing NS photo library add usage description. Required device capabilities. I always forget this one. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to go back to the interwebs. And Apple says a message that tells the user why the app is requesting this out of this. But where does it go? There we go. How to add that in Xcode. So we're in info, custom iOS targets. I don't see that. Do you see that?
No.
Of course, they change this stuff with almost every. Oh, here's custom iOS targets. It's way over here on the left. Right click on any key row and click add row. Add row. That feels wrong. That seems wrong, doesn't it? I don't think that's where it belongs. How about raw keys and values? No, didn't like that one either. Yeah, it wants that on the left. Maybe that's the one I wanted. There we go. That's what I wanted. Not that one. Okay, so now that I have that there, I believe this is just why we want to use it. So write the value describing why your application needs it. So here, so we can take your picture. Okay, does that make sense?
Yep.
Now we'll run it again. The simulator's still running. And now I'll go to the roster. Click here, hopefully. And it still didn't like it. This is why we use Ionic and not still didn't want, still says it's not, it's missing. Let's double check here. It is gone, isn't it?
No,
Oh,
it's
here it
third
is.
on the bottom. Here, there you go.
Was that supposed to be inside of the required device capabilities? No, they did it on the bundle. Xcode, the bundle. They did it here somewhere.
So what was their value that they had? Maybe that's the difference.
The value of the key will be shown as a description of the pop-up shown to the user. So write the value describing why your application needs access to the photo library.
No, that's not it then.
That looks good.
No.
So let's try. Go back to the app.
You have to build it again.
That's what I was thinking. Let's just clean the build folder. And then build and run it again. Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, it's still not happy about that, is it? It is possible. Oh, it's here too, isn't it? So it's in info plist. See, it's even right there. I'm pretty sure it's not in the pods. I think it's just here. Always fun dealing with iOS. So let's go to capacitor. Let's see what they say. Camera plug-in. Ah, it requires more than just that one. So we did this one, right? No, we did this. Well, let's just do them all. All right, so we have that one. Are these are not the same, are they? Okay. I want to make them a little different so I know which one's which. Okay, let's try that. Capacitor says we need 3, so we have 3 now. That didn't feel like it built, did it?
It said it did.
No, let's give it a try. There you go. But that was what we needed. We needed all 3. All right, so let's try. Looking to see if I have a. I do have a cable here, which means I have to unplug. That's the problem with the MacBook Air. It's only got two ports. So I'm going to unplug my power, since the thing will run for 6 or 7 hours on a battery. And I'm going to plug in my iPhone 11. Now that we have that functional. See, I have my iPhone 11 here. It says to unlock to use the accessories. And now, Michael's iPhone. I am still sharing the screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I've selected my iPhone. And so now I will start it up again. And I think my build succeeded. Michael, okay, that's fine. I'm going to stop sharing for a moment. So I want to try something. No, it does not. Oh, there it is. What do you see now? You see the iPhone, right?
Yep.
Xcode is still waiting. All right, so while Xcode is still waiting, let's go back here. And I want to do Splash screens and icons. Okay, so I've only ever done this from the command line with someone else's library. So what happens if we click that? It's not going to work, right? We need to select a file. So what's a 1024 square PNG file that does not contain transparency. So what I'm going to do here then is I'm going to go back to Pixabay. And I'm going to look for an icon of people. That one's not bad. That one probably has transparency though, right? Yep. All right, what else can we find? I think in the past, I used a clipboard image. That also has transparency, but I might be able to fix that. So 1024 by 1024, that's a weird one. So let's see, what else would make a good one? All right, that one. All right, 1280 by 1280 PNG. I'll download that. Open it in preview. Actually, let's adjust the size downward. Let's go with a, no. Go with, that'll work. I'll show you what I'm going to do. So I scaled it down a little bit. Now I'm going to cut it. Go back to image size. Not proportional. Make it exactly 1024 by 1024. And make a white box. To use as a background. And then paste my clipboard inside it. A little unorthodox, but it does the job. Now, back in my downloads folder, well, I have clipboard. Okay, so now if I come back into VS Code, I'm going to select the file. Go to my downloads, clipboard. So I need a splash screen also, or it's doing something. All right, so it found that. So splash screen. It wants a 2732 by 2732 PNG. So what I'm going to do there, go back out to the Finder, and I'm going to make a copy of that same file. Call it Splash. And I'm going to do the same thing I did before. Open it, cut. Oh no, sorry. Yeah. Cut. $27.32, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Drop the square. Zoom out a lot. All right, maybe that was too far to zoom out. Okay, and then paste the image right into the dead center. As dead center as I can make it. I'm not convinced that's dead center. Does that look good?
Yep.
Quit. Splash. Select file. There we go. Now what it's going to do for me is it's going to create splash screens and icons for iOS at all of the different resolutions that Apple wants. And when it's finished, I should just be able to reopen an Xcode. Wow, that's still we're still waiting, huh? I was hoping it'd be done by then. Okay, so now we should have a launch screen. And somewhere in here should be the icon. Oh, there it is. See? Let somebody else do the work. All right, so let's kill that. And let's try running on my iPhone again. Installing, that's better. All right. Switch back to sharing the iPhone. Oh, maybe that was the problem. Because did you see? Xcode lost connection as soon as Zoom got it. But now what you're seeing is this is my iPhone running the same thing you're seeing on your screen. Except that, oh, I can't click on the screen share. I have to do it manually here. Yep. And now it's the back facing camera, or I can flip it around to see me. How cool is that? Oh, I turned it sideways.
Looks pretty good, Troy.
Pretty amazing, huh? Yeah, Troy, is that what you called me?
Yeah.
Actually, let me go back to the. All right, so I'm going to go quit out of that. And somewhere in here, not going to be there. Should be in recently added apps. Yep, there it is. See it? Right here.
Yep.
So I forced it to quit. So we should get the splash screen now. And we don't. Can't explain that one. That usually works perfectly. But we got the icon. And we obviously have camera functionality now. And that's like a really bad infinity there. Thoughts? Android is very similar. You need to have Android Studio installed, but once you do, then you can come in here and add the Android project. It'll build the assets for Android just as easily. And if we look at what Capacitor wants us to do there, we need to add a couple of lines in the Android manifest XML file. Questions, comments?
So what do you think the reason is I don't have the open in Xcode in mine?
Why don't we take a look? Do you want to share?
Sure.
Let me stop mine and make sure that that sharing is turned on. Okay, you can share now.
So I mean, I clicked on build. I see it's building.
Well, if you look down under recommendations, it says you haven't added an iOS project yet.
Oh, I thought I
Interesting. Is that why you asked about CocoaPods before?
yeah, yeah.
I've never had to add that.
Hmm.
Well, hang on. Let's. I suppose it's possible I've done it. All right. iOS CocoaPods not installing. Capacitor on cocoapods.org. Maybe I have done it. I don't remember doing it, but it says install CocoaPods by running sudo gem install CocoaPods. Something failed.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Because Ruby's the wrong version. I ran into that yesterday. macOS comes with Ruby 2.6 and Ruby 3 is out now.
Okay, I see 2.6. So then I had to do a sudo gems upgrade or something.
I'm not a Ruby guy.
I don't know either. Okay.
I ended up using Homebrew to install Ruby 3, and then that messed with something else, and then I don't know why this works now though. So if I do yeah, I'm at gem. I did type gem-b and I'm at 3.03 on this machine. I honestly don't remember ever installing CocoaPods, but I must have.
That's not what I did. What did I do?
Yeah, I used Homebrew to install it.
That's weird.
Do you use Ruby often?
No.
Then I guess installing it through Homebrew wouldn't hurt anything, assuming you have Homebrew.
I think I do.
So brew install Ruby. You may need to restart your terminal.
Well, let's see what happens first. We'll try. All right.
Um, type gem-v or which gem. Okay, that's the one that that's the one that came to your system. Let me find mine. You got to add it to your path.
Ugh.
Yep.
I hate when it doesn't just do that. It's like, come on.
No, mine's user bin, Gem. So
Okay.
type gem-v. Oh, okay.
Ah, yeah. It's because it's installed in library, not user.
Yeah.
Yeah, golly, you gotta love. That's the one thing that I don't like about the Mac. Sometimes it just does stuff like that. Where, all right, well, I'll just have to fool with that later.
Always fun.
Yeah.
We are technically at time. I do want to thank all of you for being here and taking this journey with me. Like I said, if you're on Slack, reach out to me if you want another half hour or so to answer some questions or do anything personal. If there's any concept you missed, just let me know. I'm happy to take feedback, good or bad. Something we could have done better or differently if I ever decide to do this again. And definitely take that opportunity to get the Ultimate Development Bundle free. And there's a lot more content there than we had time for, even in these 4 nights. So before I sign off for good for our last time, is there any other questions or comments before we go?
Nope, I enjoyed it.
Appreciate it. Was it worth your time? That's I think the real question.
I think so. I mean, I'd done some Ionic already, so it was more a refresher, and got me, gives me a little. I hadn't done some of the splash screen stuff, and for that, so that was good to see that.
All right, awesome. The source code you have now, I mean, it can be, you can smush it into a PWA if you want. You can follow that book or course that's in the development bundle. There's code, or there's more explanation in one of the books on putting this into the App Store. Take the next step. It doesn't use the Ionic plugin because the Ionic plugin didn't exist then, so it's all command line. But it's still good to go through. Alrighty, if there's nothing else, I wish you all a good night and have a great weekend. And again, reach out on Slack or email or Twitter if you have any comments or questions.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Take care, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Awesome, Michael. Nice meeting you. Thank you.
You too.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Hi, this is Mike Callahan. In this section, we're going to get the demo app prepared and deployed to the Apple App Store. There's a lot to do, so let's get to it. There are some prerequisites you have to have before you begin. You need a Mac, which I assume you have if you're watching this. If not, feel free to follow along, but you won't be able to deploy anything. You need to be a registered Apple developer. I won't go over everything required to get set up as an Apple developer, but you can sign up at developer.apple.com. And finally, you need Xcode, which you can download from the Mac App Store. The first thing we have to do is create a project that we can open in Xcode from our assets that were created from the Ionic project. And this will become the basis of the application we eventually deploy to Apple. The best way to create either an iOS or Android project for an Ionic app, or for any web app for that matter, is by adding Capacitor to your project. Sure, you could use Cordova, but that's so last decade. If you want the best experience with the least amount of friction, trust me, you'll want to use Capacitor. In order to get my application into the Apple App Store, it needs to be an Xcode project. My Ionic app is not an Xcode project. In the past, there was really only one way to do that, and that was by using Cordova. But today I'm going to use Capacitor. Capacitor is a new framework or a technology from Ionic, which, interestingly enough, does not require Ionic. In fact, with one exception that I'm about to show, everything I do after that is not Ionic specific at all. So in order to use Capacitor, you have to have something built already. So I'm going to do that with Ionic build, and I'm going to create a production build. Technically speaking, the -- prod option isn't required here. It's not really necessary for a React app. What I find, though, is that using Ionic build -- prod doesn't hurt anything, and it keeps me from having to remember two different commands. In fact, in a little bit, I'll make this into an NPM script, and then I'll be able to forget about it forever. At this point, I have a built website, a complete web application inside of the build folder. I think I have Capacitor, but I'm not positive. Most Ionic apps include it now by default, but if you don't, here's how you do it. If I didn't have Capacitor, this is the command I would have to run, but as you can see, it's already enabled. From this point forward, it doesn't matter if I'm using an Ionic app, a non-Ionic app. It doesn't matter if I'm using React, Angular, Vue, jQuery mobile. From this point forward, everything I do would apply exactly the same to all of those. The next thing, now that we have Capacitor, is to install the iOS platform, which will create an Xcode project for us automatically. And we do that with npx cap add iOS. And remember, npx is Node's way of executing a command that's not in your systems directory, but installed somewhere inside of your Node modules. And because Capacitor is installed locally, it's not on my normal command path. There's an error here, but I don't think it's relevant to what I'm doing right now, so I'll look into it later. But for now, let's go ahead and open it. So it's npx cap open iOS. And this will launch Xcode with the project. So I'm going to go ahead and build it with Command B. I'm curious to see if the Xcode select error that we're seeing at the command line is something I have to worry about, or if it's just a blip that I can deal with later. The build succeeded. So now let's see if we can run it, and if we do, we'll select. You can either select a real device or a simulated device. I'm good with the iPhone SE, so let's go ahead and see if we can run the application on there. And it seems to function just fine. If you look down at Xcode here, you can see our console. So any console.log messages that are happening, or any errors that are running, any errors that we encounter while we're running will appear here. So I should be able to use this just as we normally did. The application appears to work as expected. That's as far as we need to dig into Capacitor. I will look into that Xcode select error, but it does not seem to be affecting what we need to at this time. Now that we have an iOS project for the demo app, there's a couple of things I want to do real quick. One of them is to open the package.json file and add a script that'll make some of this a little easier. And again, I want to point out that everything I do here applies for all of the different types of applications. This one I'm working on specifically is an Ionic React app, but everything I'm doing will be the same for an Ionic Angular app, or even a non-Ionic app that a web app that you want to put onto an iPhone. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a script that helps me with the build. If I make any changes at all to the Ionic app, I have to rebuild the app, and then I have to synchronize those changes with the Capacitor project. So in order to do that, I'm going to make use of something that NPM provides, and that's called post. Whenever you have a script that starts with the word post, followed by another word, NPM will run that script right after the first script. And let me show you what I mean. It's easier if I just show you. So I'm going to create a script called post build, and that will synchronize with the Capacitor iOS project. So I just named that script post build, and it will run right after the build script. So I'm simply calling Capacitor's sync command, and that will automatically sync the built artifacts
with whatever capacitor projects that I have, whatever platforms that are installed. So let's give that a try real quick. If I now just run npm run build, you'll see that it'll build the application, then it'll immediately synchronize with capacitor. And you can see that the synchronization happened. It even updated some native iOS dependencies. Now, what I want to do in this video is get the application running on an actual device. In the last video, we got it running on a simulator. I think of an iPhone SE, but that's not where we need to be in order to get this thing onto the App Store. So I'm going to open the Xcode project now by telling Capacitor to open the iOS project. What you can see here is Xcode is not real happy with me right now because before we got into this, I removed my developer account from Xcode. I've also told it not to automatically manage signing, but we want to do that. So a couple of things real quick. So I want to go ahead and tell it to automatically manage signing, but it's not going to like that, right, because I don't have an account. I also want to change the bundle identifier because I've used this one in the past and it has to be unique on your account. Actually, it might have to be globally unique. So I believe that one is unique. But if I try to build it now, it still isn't going to work. So build failed. Why? Because I need a development team. So I'm going to add an account and I will edit this out for you, but I'm going to sign in with my Apple developer ID. Now, once I'm in, is that enough? Let's see. It says we have an Xcode managed profile here. So what happens if I try to install it on my iPhone? Let me unlock my iPhone while this is happening. I'm also going to launch the QuickTime Player because there is a really cool feature that you can do. So you can enable a movie recording. And that will allow you to mirror your iPhone. So let me show you how I did that again. I went to File, New Movie Recording, and then I can select my iPhone. I don't have any control over the iPhone from my computer, but I can simply scroll as I normally would. Okay, Xcode says that built, but I didn't run it yet. So let me go ahead and make some changes here to my desktop layout so we can do all of this together. So you should be able to see what I'm doing as I do it. So I'm going to come in here. Again, I've selected Michael's iPhone from the dropdown, and I've got it connected via USB. And I'm just going to press play. Build succeeded. Always a good sign. And now it says it's running. So what we should see is a default capacitor splash screen and icon. There's the icon at the bottom. And you can see the console log happening down here. Now this is running directly on my iPhone. And it is, as you can see, the exact same application that we saw before. How cool is that? The next thing I'm going to do is try to get this uploaded to the App Store so you can follow along with that. The next major step is getting the built application to the App Store. But first, we need a place to put it. I need to go to App Store Connect to create the application before I can upload it. So I'm going to log into appstoreconnect.apple.com. And once I'm logged in, let's see, it says I need to review an agreement, which means I have to do that before I do anything else. All right, once I'm logged into App Store Connect, I immediately am shown all of the applications that I've currently got on the App Store. You'll see a few of them with little red badges and the word rejected next to them. There are many reasons for this. I'm not going to go into it here. Just be aware that Apple is known to reject applications, sometimes for the bizarrest of reasons. To create a new application, simply click the plus and New App. And the first thing it wants to know is, what is this for? Is it for iOS, macOS, or tvOS? It's iOS. I'm going to call it @10dance. Let's see if it lets me use the @ sign. Doesn't seem to care. I am US English. My bundle ID does not exist. So I need to create a new bundle ID, which I will do here. Specifically says I can't use the @ sign here. A10dance. And the bundle identifier, as you may recall, is com.walkingriver.a10dance. Now down below, it wants me to tell it what iOS features that I'm looking for. In this case, I'm not looking for any of these. So I'm simply going to leave them all blank and hit continue. And now registering the bundle identifier. I should be able to come back in here, select new app. There's my bundle identifier. It's an iOS app, and it will be @10dance. It is US English, and the SKU is internal. It can be really anything you want it to be. I'm going to go ahead and still call it @10dance. User access. I'm not going to limit my users. That's beyond this, so everybody who wants to can download it. Apparently it does not like the SKU, so let's just go back to A10dance. And at this point we can stop. There's a lot more to be done here, but the purpose of doing this was simply to get it so that we could upload the application. In this video, my goal is going to be uploading the application to Apple. We won't do anything with it yet, but I just want to show you how to get there. One of the first mistakes I made, and I'll take you through that now, is if you are not careful, let's say we were still using the iPhone SE to run it on, then what you will find, it's not obvious at first glance how to do this. The first mistake I made is not knowing that archive was the command to use. The second mistake was not being able to figure out why it was almost always disabled. And the reason is the device you have specified here, the active scheme as it's called. So earlier on, when I first showed this running in Xcode, I used the iPhone SE simulator, and right now I don't have my iPhone connected to my Mac. You can either plug in a real device, or you can simply set it to generic. And that act alone will enable archive. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I took the capacitor application, built it and ran it on my iPhone. I logged into my Apple account, and everything is being automatically managed, all the signing. So in theory, this should just work. This can take quite some time to build everything. I have sped it up here for your convenience so you don't have to sit through all of this, but you will have to sit through it when it's your own project. Okay, the build succeeded, and now Xcode wants to know what I want to do with my archive. Notice that the application name is still app. Probably not where we want to leave it, nor do we want version 1.0, and I believe that's build 1. I'm never going to distribute this, but I'll try to show the process exactly as you would if you are going to distribute it. So the next step is to distribute the application. There are 4 choices here. I'm going to take the default because, quite frankly, I would never use ad hoc to install on arbitrary devices, or as it says here, designated devices. I don't have an enterprise in which to distribute the application, nor do I have a development team. I'm going to go directly to App Store. You can either sign your app and create the bundle without uploading it to the App Store, or you can just go directly to the App Store. This may cause us some problems. I'm hoping that it won't. It looks like it got past my fear. My concern was that I didn't have any valid signing certificates. Again, I'm going to take the defaults. All of these options make sense for something you're going to distribute. You can see on the left of this window are all the applications that I have previously uploaded to the App Store. And it looks like 2 of them are called app, interestingly enough. However, they don't appear that way on the App Store. Again, I'm going to let Apple and Xcode do all of the hard work. I don't see the point in manually managing these things. Maybe if you're part of a large organization, you might have a specific set of certificates that you have to use and device profiles. This process is hard enough as it is. I want it to be as easy as possible. Okay, everything is done. Everything's been built. It looks like it's been signed. So now the only thing left is to upload it to the App Store Connect. And it was successful. In the next video, I'll show you what we have to do to take the next step. Okay, what do we need to do to get this thing in the App Store? So I'm going to log into appstoreconnect.apple.com. So as you can see, it doesn't even have an icon yet. So let's go ahead and click on it and look at what we have to do. It looks like what we have to do is provide a lot of images. To me, the images are some of the hardest things to do because it's such a manual process. There are ways to speed it up and to get the screenshots of your application in action. Let me skip the images for now and just look at through the rest of this. You've got to provide up to 170 characters of promotional text. This is the first blurb of text that your potential downloaders will see in the App Store. You can also provide up to 100 characters of keywords. There's an entire art to selecting keywords, and there are websites devoted to the subject. Apple's going to require a support URL. Where can people go if they have questions about supporting the application? You can also provide a marketing URL, which is a little bit different. This will be a URL that's available in the App Store that people can click on to find more information. You have to provide at least a support URL. You don't have to supply the marketing URL. Description is where you can have a lot of fun. This is where you want to tell the story of your application. You have up to 4,000 characters to do so. My recommendation here is you spend a lot of time building this description. Think of it as the landing page for your application. You need to sell it. Why do people want to use your application? This application that we're building now does not deal with the iMessage app or the Apple Watch, so I'm going to skip those. I'm not saying it's not important, but it's not relevant here. As you scroll down, you get to the build section. So what we have here is we have to go and select a build of our application, and apparently it's missing something, and I will look into that, see if it'll even allow us to select it. It wants to know if I'm breaking any US encryption export laws, and as far as I know, taking attendance does not, so I'm going to go ahead and click no. We are not making any HTTPS calls, so I'm going to go ahead and click done. The application icon, as you can see, is the default one from Capacitor, so in order to fix that, we'll have to go back into Xcode and add the correct icons that we want there, and then upload a new build. We'll do that later. I just want to go through everything on App Store Connect first. The version, I believe it took right out of the application bundle. Here you need to explain who owns the copyright, who owns the rights to the application, and it should be you. We need to provide an age rating, and you do that by going into Edit and answering a massive list of questions. So I think this is going to be pretty straightforward for me, where it's not a violent app of any sort. There is no humor. It is not mature theme. It's not horror. There's no medical, no alcohol, no gambling, certainly no nudity. Does not access the web at all, at least not currently. Nor does it provide the user unrestricted access to the web. And there are no contests or gambling. It is not made for kids, so I'm not going to check that box. Once you've answered those questions, Apple then applies a rating. It's not a game, so I'm not going to include it in Game Center. This next section is whether or not the reviewer, the human who's going to review your application once submitted, do they need to sign in to use the app? It's an important thing to pay attention to because it's possible that you might have password protected accounts on your app. We don't, so I'll simply skip this one. Contact information is pretty straightforward. If your application is complicated enough, you could attach documentation or videos or other type of help to make it easier for the person who's reviewing it to understand how to use your application. And these last two, when do you want them to release the application to the public? You can manually do it. You can automatically do it, which is the default. Or you can specify a date, don't release before this particular date and time. And then finally, advertising. Does your application use ads? Does it display ads? And I found out the hard way a long time ago that if you use Google AdSense, that counts as a yes. And if you tell it no, and your application really does, it will get rejected. I mean, attendance doesn't, but I just wanted to click yes just to show what the other options and requirements are. So let's say we're going to serve ads, but we're not going to link apps together so that the advertisements can be related, I believe is what the second one is. I've never done anything other than simply serving ads, so I have never checked these are the two boxes. And you must click this one or you cannot continue. And then again, make sure you look at that red text. If you answer the questions incorrectly and they find out about it, they will reject your app, remove it from the App Store, issue a warning, and if you do it again, they may ban your account entirely. So let me scroll back up to the top. I'm not going to make you watch me filling in all of these things, but in the next video, I'll have it completely filled out, and then we'll worry about the screenshots and app previews. Let's go ahead and get the application icon and splash screen taken care of. It's not really hard to do, and I'm going to show you a pretty straightforward way to handle it. Back in the precapacitor days, when everyone was using Cordova, Cordova had a command line option to generate icons and splash screens from a source image. I'm trying to stay away from any of the Cordova tools. Now, interestingly enough, the tool I'm going to use is called Cordova Res, which you can see here, and I have a feeling they're going to rename it soon. It's a tool from the Ionic team that kind of pulls in the functionality that the Cordova command line used to provide. And it does it all locally rather than sending the file out to the web. Okay, let's get these images built. What I have on the left is a resources folder that is just inside my project root. This is where the source images are going to live. On the right, you can see the iPhone SE simulator is running with the default capacitor icon visible. And if I launch the application, you can quickly see the splash screen. And it's really just a white image with the capacitor logo in the middle. That seems to be the case for a lot of iOS apps, so I'm going to stick to that. What I've done is I've downloaded a PNG file from a site called pixabay.com. It's simply a clipboard with a checklist and a pencil. Apple highly recommends not using transparency in your icons. And if you look at the icons that are visible in the simulator, you can see what happens. So the files icon, the attendance icon, and the Safari icon all have white backgrounds, but most icons in iOS seem not to do that. But for the most part, you want your icon to be the color that you expect it to be. So what will happen is, because I'm using a PNG file with transparency, those transparent areas will be turned white, and I'm okay with that. So let me close that one, and the splash screen is similar. It's the same exact image, centered in a much larger image. The image size is 2732 by 2732, which is the recommended or required size, actually. Okay, I'm going to stay in the command line for now. Now that I've done that, I'll go ahead and install the package as a development dependency for this project. Next, I'm going to tell Cordova Res to build the images I'm looking for. We can execute it with a simple npx Cordova Res iOS to tell it what platform to target. Skip config because I don't have a config file, which is part of a Cordova application. And to copy the generated files into my iOS folder, my iOS Xcode project. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to see some warnings, but otherwise it's going to happen pretty quickly. It's done. I didn't speed any of that up. So if we go into the iOS folder and let's see what was built. It created the icon for us in multiple sizes and a bunch of different splash screens. And you can see, if you look carefully, that I didn't quite get it centered, but I don't think anyone's going to care. An important thing to note is that the Cordova Res utility assumed that I was executing it from the root folder of my project. It further assumed that the icon and the splash screen are in a folder called Resources at that root level, that the icon is called Icon and the splash screen is called Splash, and that they are both PNG files. The warning that you see here is because there was an alpha channel, which means there was transparency. But all the transparency, as it mentions, will be filled in with white. I'm cool with that. So now let's see how it looks and the changes that were made. We simply need to open the Xcode project, which again we can do with npx cap open iOS. And that will launch Xcode for us. At this point, all we need to do is execute the application and let it deploy to the simulator. Xcode should have already picked up all of the assets for us, so pay close attention to the simulator screen while I press play. You should see the icon change, and then the splash screen should appear. And really, that's all there is to it. I still need to upload this version of the code to the App Store, but that's the exact same process we saw a few videos ago, so I'm not going to go through that again. The very last thing we need to do now in order to submit the application to the App Store officially is to provide some screenshots at various resolutions. Now I'm going to take a little bit of a detour here. There really is no point in submitting our demo app as it now stands to Apple. It doesn't really do anything, and Apple won't approve anything like that. So to help me get my point across and show exactly how this is done, I'm going to submit an update to an existing application. I'll show you how I create the screenshots. I'll show you a completed App Store submission, and I'll also show how to submit an update. So all of these things working together I think will be important. What I have here is my application known as Park Pursuit. It's a visual scavenger hunt with geolocation built into it. It is itself an Ionic app, and it uses capacitors, so it's everything we've seen so far in this course. And on the right, you can see the iPhone 11 Pro Max. Apple wants screenshots of various sizes. And pretty much this is the bare minimum right now. You have to supply images from a 6.5-inch iPhone display and a 5.5-inch iPhone display. Plus, because this application supports iPads, I have to do screenshots in an iPad Pro, both second and third generation. Now you can see I didn't supply images for every possible screen size. App Store Connect is okay with that. You can see that it's using the 12.9-inch display for the iPad, and for some of the smaller iPhones, it uses the larger screenshots and simply scales down. I do need to replace a few of these. In one case, I now provide more theme parks for the scavenger hunt. So let's take a look at the app real quick. So back in Xcode, I'm going to go ahead and launch it in the simulator. And you can see I've got a custom splash screen. And we're going to start with the instructions. And now I'm going to come over here and select New Game. So the first thing I need to do with the new game is to tell Park Pursuit what theme park I'm visiting today. Let's say I'm visiting Universal Studios, and there are only 20 clues. Let's go ahead and select 5. And when I click the theme park, it immediately selects 5 random clues from the 20 that I have and displays them for me. As you visit the theme parks, you look for these hidden details or these small details. And when you think you found them, so now if I tell it found it, it's not going to believe me. Yeah, are you even in the same park? I'm miles from there, so it's not going to work. But that is what I wanted. So now we can go back to New Game. I've already taken a screenshot of this. But the important thing to do now is I have to submit a new build, which, if you recall, is under Archive. And I can't do the archive while I have a simulator selected. So I either select my real iPhone or generic device. I'll go ahead and select my real iPhone. And that allows me to archive. Now, while we're waiting, I will show you that I bumped the version number in Xcode. This should create a brand new build and should automatically submit it to App Store Connect for me, and I'm not going to make you sit through this. Okay, now that it's uploaded, I can return to Safari. To create a new version, you simply come up here and you can see that I haven't released since February. This is how I've been versioning this particular app, is the date it's released. So I'm going to tell it I want a new release, so I'm going to hit the plus here. And 2008-11. And it wants to know what is new. So I added theme parks and I removed all ads. And now it looks like I have 10 of 10 screenshots, so I'm going to delete this one. And add the one we just built, which I believe I can drag. I can. And then I want that one to be the first one shown. Let me show you what happens if I try to drag a file of the wrong size. So I know I want to get rid of that one. So let me try to drag this new one here. Can't do it because the dimensions are wrong, which means I need to go back into Xcode and the simulator. So we need to provide it with an 8+ screen. And we'll go to the new game screen, which is the one I want to screenshot. Now remember, it was Command S, but you can also do it here. Go back into App Store Connect and drag the screen in. And there it goes. And I want that at the beginning. Now I still need to do an iPad Pro and an iPad Pro 2nd edition. So again, this is simply repeating the same process over for these. This one doesn't fit very well. But that's okay because we can still get the screenshot. You can see because it's a wider display, the Ionic split pane works for us in our favor and shows the menu all the time. So all I need to do is click New Game. And I'll get the screenshot with Command S. Come back in here and drag it in. And that's the wrong one. I need to be on iPad Pro. Don't want the new game screen I have. So let's drag it to the beginning as I did with the other one. So now the only thing I need left to do is the iPad Pro 2nd generation 12.9. I am not going to make you sit through this particular thing, so you've seen 3 of them. I think it's pretty straightforward how to create the screenshots, where to put them, what you need to do now to finish submission. My application no longer provides advertising. It should be safe to select no here. The only thing left I need to do is provide some promotional text. And now that I've done that, I need to select a build. This is the one I just uploaded, and you can see it's missing a compliance, but I'll show you what we need to do next. So essentially, it wants to make sure that I'm allowed to export the application from the United States. And so it wants to know if I'm using an encryption that's trade restricted. I'm not, so I'm selecting no. You can see what would happen if I said yes. Then I would have to go through some other steps, but I'm not doing that. I am not using any encryption. So I'm done. And I can save. And now I can submit the application for review. And now, as with all things App Store, we wait. Worst case scenario is it gets rejected entirely. And I've had a number of those that have done that. Best case scenario, and what I expect to happen here, because I've really only made the application better and I've removed ads, I expect that it will be approved relatively quickly. This is the progression of emails you should expect after you submit your app to the App Store. This first one indicates that the build I uploaded has completed processing. I needed to wait for that to finish before I could select it to submit it. A few minutes later, after clicking Submit for approval, I received this email telling me that the app is now waiting for review. This means it's in the queue, but not yet assigned to a person. Almost 8 hours later, I received the email telling me that the app is now in review by a person at Apple. And finally, about 3 hours after that, I received this email letting me know that my application has been approved and is now available for sale on the App Store. Total elapsed time from submission to approval, just under 11 hours. So don't get too discouraged if you hear nothing for hours at a time, especially if you're submitting a brand new app. I think my first one took almost a week to get approved. Congratulations! In this section, we managed to build an App Store version of the application using Ionic's capacitor. We saw the application run on a real device and on the iOS simulator. Then we successfully created and uploaded the application to Apple's App Store Connect. We created some custom icons and splash screens, making the app look more normal, more natural. We used the iOS simulator to create the required App Store screenshots at various resolutions and finally submitted the app to the App Store for approval. If you've been following along, you should now have everything you need to get your own application submitted to the App Store and hopefully approved.